During that time, Lucu had dedicated herself completely to constructing the wall encircling her domain. To maximize usable space for future buildings, she positioned the wall at the outer edge of her vision, roughly 100 meters from the center. It was a strategic choice, offering a wide working area within. Still, she was uncertain about how tall or thick the wall should be. Asterisk, what's the ideal size? If the mother of thousand flower field defensive structure is placed 60 meters away, can it still attack beyond a 100-meter wall? Asterisk, to test it, Lucu multitasked, maintaining the root network for the wall while activating the defensive building. A section of the flower bed stirred. Tubular blossoms tilted upward at a 45 degrees angle. She pulsed energy into them. Bang, 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 bang. Asterisk, asterisk. A rapid barrage of flower seeds launched through the air. Lucu tracked their trajectory as they flew past the wall's projected position and landed just beyond the 140-meter mark, outside her vision. That frustrated her. Asterisk, if I can't see where they land, how can I confirm the seeds even pierce the ground, let alone hurt creatures with armor like rock or steel? Asterisk, adjusting the flowers to a steeper 60 degrees angle, she fired again. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk, asterisk. Rose fairies turned curiously toward the echoing sounds. Lucu watched the seeds rise in a graceful arc, then descend. Bam, bam, bam. Asterisk, asterisk. This time, she saw them crater into the soil, right within range. Asterisk, nice. That solves the visibility issue. If I just control the angle of fire, the wall won't block the mother of thousand flower field attacks anymore. Asterisk. With renewed excitement, Lucu began testing and calculating. She needed to determine how high the wall could go without obstructing a 45 degrees angle shot, since that would offer the best range. Asterisk, floor. Asterisk, she called out telepathically. Startled, the Rose Fairy Queen flinched mid-flight. Lucu had unintentionally blasted her thoughts too loudly. What is it? Is there danger? Floor asked, alarmed. Lucu ignored the panic. Asterisk, can you check how far the furthest seed landed? Asterisk, Floor blinked. How would I even measure that? Asterisk, figure something out? Asterisk, Lucu replied casually. With a sigh, Floor rubbed her temples. Asterisk, the flower field is 60 meters from your center. I'll use that as reference. Asterisk, she darted off in the direction of the attack. As she passed through the surrounding forest, she took notice of something odd. The lower levels in the nearby trees, vital life force reserves, were declining. Most were down to 70 to 80%. Only a few level 9 trees maintained reserves in the 90s. Asterisk, why are they weakening? I should ask Lucu later. Asterisk, eventually, she found the deepest crater made by the sea barrage. Estimating the distance, she came to a conclusion. Asterisk, about 160 meters. Asterisk, after verifying by flying back and forth a few times, Floor returned. The furthest seed fell around 160 meters away, she reported. Asterisk, thanks, Floor. Asterisk, Lucu replied cheerfully. Floor gave her a smile, but hesitated. Before you go back to work, can I ask something? Asterisk, sure, what's wrong? Asterisk, Floor frowned. The trees around here, they're weakening. Lower levels are dropping. Are you feeling anything strange? Could it be something underground? Lucu giggled. Asterisk, oh, that's me. Asterisk, Floor tilted her head. What do you mean? Asterisk, my roots now stretch 140 meters out. I've been asking the surrounding trees to submit and become part of me. If they refuse, asterisk, she trailed off with a dark chuckle. Asterisk, well, I uproot them. Asterisk, Floor stared. They can't move. What do you mean, get out of the way? Lucu answered as if it were obvious. Asterisk, of course trees can't move. I meant they should merge into the wall. 2 of them refused, and even tried to resist my roots. Asterisk, Floor's voice faltered. That's just them trying to survive, isn't it? Lucu's tone dropped to something chilling. Asterisk, survive? They survive if I allow them to. I need space. If they're in the way, They become fertilizer. Asterisk. Floor fell silent. Though Lucu was usually kind and innocent, she was still a world tree. Beings infamous not for coexisting with ecosystems, but for rewriting them entirely. They didn't just grow in a place, they replaced it with something new. Suddenly, Lucu's voice cut in. Asterisk, oh, this one attacked me. Asterisk. Floor quickly scanned Lucu's foer. It had dropped by 30 points. Crack. The sound of splitting wood erupted. A moment later, boom, a 12-meter-tall tree exploded. Lucu's veined blue roots coiled from within, tearing the tree apart and folding it back into the earth. Had it been a flesh creature, the scene would have been grotesque. Floor watched, grim. Asterisk, she's always so precise when she fights. Asterisk. What Floor didn't know was that world trees could perceive foer concentration points, vulnerable energy centers like hearts or brains. They didn't guess weak spots, they saw them. She glanced at the other tree, blocking the wall path. Is that one next? Lucu sent out more root signals. Then, with amusement, asterisk, this one's smarter. It surrendered. Asterisk. Floor twitched. Smarter, right? Still, she was curious. Over the next week, she observed as Lucu absorbed the tree, reshaping it, integrating it into the wall, even creating a tunnel that ran through its trunk. Inspired, Lucu had a thought. Asterisk, can I repurpose these trees into defensive structures? Asterisk, looking at the wall's circular perimeter, she began calculating. Asterisk, if I plant tree-like defenses at regular intervals, I can protect the wall without weakening its structure. Asterisk, moving structures needed soft, mobile tissue, weak points in a wall. By separating offense from the main structure, she could make the wall stronger and still maintain defense. Asterisk system. How many do I need? Asterisk. Backslash system hint. Use the circle perimeter formula combined with each tree's 40-meter range. Run a simulation using the interface. Lucu calculated. Asterisk. 8 should do it. Asterisk. Then she looked at her own branches with despair. Asterisk 8 trees. That's so many branches. I'm gonna go bald. QEQ asterisk. Inside the heart of the golden sap forest, 2 Silven women stood before an imposing wooden wall. It was vast, 10 meters tall, with thick roots woven into its structure and trees surrounding the perimeter, their wide canopies shading the grove. The trees weren't ordinary. Their branches twitched and swayed independently, as if alive, despite the still air. Verdantia eyed the wall with a skeptical look. Cinderelle, are you luring me into an isolated place to get rid of me? Cinderelle blinked at her. Please, I'm as surprised as you are. This wasn't here last time I visited. Verdantia frowned. You're saying she built all of this in 2 months? These walls. Cinderelle scratched her cheek. Well, maybe. Like I said, it's been a while. I didn't expect anything like this. Verdantia narrowed her eyes. And what if something happened to her? But Cinderelle shook her head with certainty. It has her signature. This wall is Lucu. Verdantia tilted her head. Why would she need walls? Cinderelle shot her a look. Do I look like her biographer? I only stayed with her a week. Verdantia gave a dismissive snort. Tisich, whatever. Cinderelle sighed. And there it is. That fake elegance of yours again. You're nastier than you let on. Verdantia smirked. And you're the reason it comes out. Let's just get inside, Cinderelle muttered. Verdantia stared at the wall. Ow, you think we knock? Cinderelle shrugged. Maybe. Asked politely. Verdantia looked at her like she'd grown another head. You really are too naive. You don't even consider Lucu might have been captured or manipulated. You just learned about those factions. Cinderelle's eyes flashed, not with innocence, but fury carefully caged. If I assume the worst, I won't be able to stop myself from burning this whole forest down. Verdantia paused. For all her calm demeanor, Cinderelle was a storm ready to ignite. She's barely holding herself together. Together, they walked closer. At around 40 meters from the wall, a powerful presence enveloped them. Cinderelle exhaled softly, her tension melting away. She recognized the aura, Lucu. It wrapped around her like warmth from a hearth. She felt safe. Home. Verdantia, however, reacted differently. Her breath quickened. Her body flushed. Blood surged through her like wildfire. Excitement? She realized, stunned. I'm excited. Her heart raced as Lucu's presence filled her senses. It was pure, vast, alive, unforgettable. Cinderelle watched her with a knowing smirk. Impressive, isn't it? Fortuna's world tree doesn't even come close. Verdantia took a moment to compose herself, the lingering warmth of Lucu's aura still humming in her veins. Let's go. I need to see her. Cinderelle chuckled. Didn't you say you wouldn't get flustered like me? Shut up and move. Verdantia snapped, already walking faster. As they neared the wall, a leaf-winged fairy, 45 centimeters tall, appeared, floating with a calm and measured gaze. Cinderelle. Verdantia. Together this time? She asked. Floor, both exclaimed. Their reactions differed. Cinderelle tensed, aware of the power packed into this small fairy. Verdantia remained steady, confident in her own strength. Floor crossed her arms. Why are you here? Cinderelle blinked. Isn't it obvious? We came to see Lucu. Floor's expression didn't change. And then, the question caught both off guard. Floor raised an eyebrow. What's your goal? To flirt with her? Court her? They both waved their hands hastily. I know she's young, Cinderelle said quickly. I just want to be someone she feels safe with. Verdantia added. You said I could see her if I prove myself. I've contributed. Floor cut her off. Contributed? Items, yes. But trust? Earned. She turned to Verdantia. Have you done anything to truly earn my trust? Verdantia's voice sharpened. And what about her? Floor's eyes glinted coldly. Would you like to receive the same trial Cinderelle went through? Cinderelle stiffened, memories of near death flashing in her mind. Verdantia narrowed her eyes. What are you talking about? She fought with us, Floor said plainly, against a beast tied to the death. That's how she proved herself. Floor's voice turned serious. And Verdantia, don't pretend I don't see through you. You're after Lucu romantically, just like she is. Verdantia's face darkened. So what? Is it a crime? Who are you to stop me? Floor floated forward, eyes unblinking. Though small, her aura expanded with terrifying intensity. I am her guardian, her guide, her voice, the one who leads this grove in her name. I am the rose fairy queen of the golden sap forest, she said with quiet force. That's who I am to stop you. Verdantia held her ground, unfazed. It surprised Floor. What Floor didn't know was that Verdantia had been trained from childhood. As the heir to the Life-Fruit family, she had been forged in pride and strength. Verdantia answered coolly. I follow your rules only because you matter to Lucu. But don't overestimate yourself, Floor. You're a frog in a well. A level 12, yes. But beyond this forest lie beings who could erase you with a flick of their finger. She continued. If someone from Fortuna's world tree comes for Lucu, you'll die. No questions. No heroism. Just death. Silence followed. Floor, however, didn't look shaken. Her voice remained calm. And Verdantia blinked. Floor repeated, and? So what if they kill me? That changes nothing. Until then, I can protect her from threats like you. That's enough. She added, I know I'm weak. I know I won't live long enough to see Lucu's full glory. But if I can buy her a few more years, give her time to grow, that's all I want. After that, I'll be just another soldier in her name. Her eyes hardened. But until that day, I am her guardian. Her shield. You want that position? Fine. Earn it. Beat me. Otherwise, stand aside. Verdantia and Cinderelle stood silent. They had underestimated Floor. What they saw before as arrogance was something else entirely. Resolve. Self-awareness. Loyalty. Sacrifice. They had come to claim Lucu. Now, they found themselves wanting to protect her. Verdantia lowered her head. I was out of line. I just wanted to see her so badly. I let my emotions take over. Cinderelle followed. And I shouldn't have brought someone without asking. I didn't know your relationship with her ran this deep. Floor's stern expression softened. You're both young, barely 18. I'm more than twice your age, and yet you're close to my strength." She hesitated for a moment, then said from the heart, "If I'm gone someday, promise me you'll protect her." The two Silvens looked at her with newfound respect and answered together, "We will."
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Verdantia, Cinderelle, and Fleur walked around the wall for a while. After Fleur's words, both women were thoughtful. For them, the thought of some time in the future no longer being useful for Lucu was a concept that never really crossed their minds. They were talented and young, so the thought of what would happen in the far future didn't cross their minds until now. Moreover, their talent was high, and it could grow a lot. However, could they really compare with a world tree? They didn't know, but the thought certainly lingered in their mind. Fleur stopped flying and said, "We'll walk through here." The two girls looked at the wall before their faces with an odd look. Their eyes shifted between Fleur and the literal wall of wood, and Cinderelle asked, do we climb or something?" Fleur laughed. "Not at all. Walk forward and you'll understand." Feeling that it was fun, Fleur didn't lead the way and looked at them with an amused expression. In their minds, Fleur was not someone who did pranks like these, so they trusted the Rose Fairy Queen and walked toward the wooden wall. As they approached, they saw the wooden wall shifting and moving. Not the entire structure, but the parts that formed it. Verdantia muttered, "Oh, so it isn't solid wood. It is made of roots and vines." Cinderelle nodded. "I see. So is Lucu controlling it?" Fleur flew behind them and affirmed their conjectures. "Yes, Lucu has solidified everything as much as she could, but this zone is around 20% weaker defense-wise. However, in turn, she can manipulate it to open and close." Cinderelle hummed. "Interesting. So, this is similar to a gate in a common city." Fleur nodded. "It is similar, but can't really be forced open like those gates. The defense here, while lower than in other sections, is still sturdy. Moreover, those roots can defend themselves to a certain extent." Verdantia squinted and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, the wall is a living creature." Cinderelle was fascinated by how the roots parted to make way for them, but Verdantia's shout startled her, prompting her to look closer. Name: Lignified Basic Living Wood Wall. Level: 4-//. Ether Mana Shards, 214 of 214. Four Body Shards, 1058 of 1058. Anima Energy Shards, 352/352. Cinderelle, strangely, couldn't look further than this, when she would usually be able to spy on the stats and even the skills of the creature when it was lower level than herself. Strange, why is that? Although she was curious, she didn't really think about it much. It was not strange for creatures like world trees and all of those linked to them to have strong anti-analytical protection. Fleur commented, "Every building Lucu makes is tied to her in one way or another. I think they have been assimilated or something similar. Hence, they're all difficult to check or analyze. I'm surprised you can even see something. I personally can't even summon their status interface." Verdantia explained, "I don't know if you were aware, but Silvens, unlike other races, have a much higher ability to look into the system details thanks to our ancestry that goes back to world trees." Fleur blinked. "I didn't know that. Interesting." Fleur sighed. "You Silvens are really quite something, eh? When I fought to the death with Cinderelle, she was level 6, yet I, at level 12, almost lost." Verdantia blinked a few times with incredulity. "You both fought to the death?" Fleur raised an eyebrow. "She didn't tell you? If it weren't for Lucu stopping me, I would have killed her." Verdantia looked at Fleur deeply. "You are strong." Confused, the Rose Fairy Queen asked, "Strong? I was almost defeated by a level 6. Verdantia shook her head. "You fought a high-tiered Silven that has unlocked her transformation. That in itself is crazy enough, even if you were an energy cycle above her." Fleur blinked. "Are you that strong?" Verdantia commented, "At the same level, there are two ways to beat a Silven with transformation skills. One, you send many people to die until they are exhausted and can be killed. Two, you have superior equipment that allows you to breach the distance in strength. Verdantia asked. Cinderelle, explain your transformation skill. Cinderelle pouted. Okay, here, I'll share it. Flor saw a skill appear in front of her eyes and was met with a wall of text that made her dizzy. Pyroether Silven Body Liberation. E rank level 1, 2500/18,000. The Silven arouses the bloodline deeply hidden within herself, transforming into her true form. Ether mana, Foer, and Anima energy receive plus 1000*6. Anima mana, Foer, and Anima energy regeneration increased by 5 by 6 per second. Ether plus 20%, Physique plus 10%, Anima plus 10%, Willpower plus 10%. Fire damage plus 10%. Ether mana and Anima energy consumption for fire-type Ether mana spells minus 15%. When activating the ability, the Silven can consume 10% Ether mana or Anima energy for each minute they want to activate this skill. For example, you can consume 30% of each for a 6-minute duration or 50% Ether mana and 20% Anima energy for a 7-minute duration. The Silven can only use this skill twice a day. Flor read it a few times, over and over again, to make sure she wasn't reading wrongly, and then looked at the two Silvens with a completely different expression. There was a mix of wonder and awe inside of her. She was not afraid since she understood the nature of these two Silvens. However, when she imagined a clan of wild Silvens like their rose fairies, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Verdantia clarified, my skill is very similar. However, I'm attuned to life and not fire. Plus, my transformation also gives me summons. Small creatures weaker than me that I can spawn with my Anima energy. In turn, my raw stats are a bit weaker than Cinderelle's. Verdantia continued. Now, not all Silvens have effects as strong as ours. Between the quality of transformations, the purer a Silven's bloodline is, the stronger it is. Hence, the number of Silvens that actually search for a mate from animal descendants are extremely few and rare. Their progeny can lose a lot of the innate Silven advantages. Verdantia sighed. Sadly, this creates an elitist society, and there are Silven groups that hate non-pure Silvens. This naturally creates resentment between other races, and hence, our world is filled with conflict. Moreover, Verdantia stopped speaking when her sight moved toward the center of the space inside the walls and spotted the beautiful and relatively small world tree. While Lucu's Trunk's female figure was still vague and nothing like a world tree that has gone through its first energy cycle, the inherent beauty and pureness of her aura were fatally attractive for Verdantia. For the life-attributed Silven, it felt like the level 4 world tree was nothing but an amalgamation of life. Flor looked at Verdantia warily. I hope she doesn't jump at Dash. Verdantia felt so overwhelmed by the strong beating of her heart that she turned around and swiftly tried to flee the place. Flor was startled and called her from behind. Oh, oi, Verdantia, where are you going? Verdantia, her face as red as an apple, continued moving away while looking down. Oh, roots above. Why is she so beautiful? I can't look at her straight. She is so, Cinderelle burst into laughter and moved quickly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Verdantia, are you, Out of pure reflex, Verdantia grabbed Cinderelle's hand and performed a perfect shoulder throw. Bang! Guac! Cinderelle made a sound as the air was forcefully expelled from her lungs. I ascend Anima, this woman's strongest stat? Why is her physical strength so high? Verdantia realized what she did in front of Lucu, and her face became even hotter. Why am I performing like an ape in front of her? Stupid Verdantia, regain your bearings. Verdantia ignored the groaning Cinderelle and took a deep breath, even using her own life a tribute to calm down her heart. Okay, deep breaths. You got this. Yes. First, talk with her, and then we can have 10 children, not. Verdantia, that's too many steps you skipped. Meanwhile, Flor approached Lucu while holding back her laughter. Lucu, I'm back. Lucu's ethereally gentle but cheerful voice reached her. making Floor's soul feel at ease. "Welcome back, Floor. Who is that strange-acting woman? She looks so silly, haha." Floor had to forcefully stop herself from bursting into laughter when she heard that. "I guess first impressions have fallen with the leaves." Floor answered Lucu between laughter. "She is called Verdantia, another Silven that wanted to meet you, like Cinderelle." Lucu focused on Verdantia, allowing the life-attributed Silven to feel her presence, and this caused the already nervous woman to stiffen. Lucu was told by Floor to not speak with others, but communicating as she did previously was not prohibited. So, she sent a pulse of energy that had a welcoming vibe. In Lucu's mind, if Floor allowed them inside, they would probably not be bad people. Verdantia, who suddenly received a message from Lucu, was panicking and quickly turned around to look at Lucu. HHHH. Sadly, Verdantia, who was too nervous, got stuck in the first sound of the hello word. Lucu was puzzled and asked Floor, "What is she saying? She can't talk." Floor couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. A roots above, ha ha. Verdantia, you are killing me. Ha ha." Verdantia's red face became redder, and she screamed with a shrill voice. "Why didn't you tell me that Lucu is the prettiest and most beautiful creature to ever exist?" After she said that and realized what she blurted out, her face became almost maroon because of the blood rushing to her face. She was so embarrassed that a few white flowers began blooming in her hair. Lucu looked at those flowers with surprise. "Oh, she can grow flowers as well. They are pretty." Floor wanted to mess with Verdantia badly, so she smirked and said what Lucu commented. "Well, she just said that your flowers are pretty." Cinderelle, who heard Floor's comment, felt a surge of jealousy and sympathy. Ah, there is no way she can dash. Even before Cinderelle finished her thoughts, Verdantia froze and then fainted. Floor and Lucu looked stunned as Cinderelle approached the fainted woman, who had a broad smile on her face. "Tisk, lucky you. I still haven't shown my flowers to her." She couldn't help but pout. Still, if she showed them now, it would feel like she was asking for praise, so Cinderelle didn't rush. Floor asked, confused, "What happened? Why did she faint?" Cinderelle sighed and explained. "The Silven's most intimate part, not in a sexual way, but in terms of appearance, is her flowers." Cinderelle pouted. Being praised by someone you like for having pretty flowers is probably one of the highest compliments you can say to a Silven. Floor asked, bewildered, "Why are you pouting?" Cinderelle was not one to hide her feelings, so she stomped the ground and pouted harder. "I'm jealous." Floor's eyebrow twitched, but in truth, she was glad and relieved about how these two reacted. Their love is not as impure as I thought. They just adore Lucu, and naturally, they want to court her eventually. However, it really feels like they won't cross any boundaries until Lucu matures. A small smile appeared on Floor's face, her heart feeling a bit more at ease. Lucu curiously looked at the fainted Silven. She had been looking at them for a while, even before Floor approached. To begin with, the reason Floor got close was because she informed her of their arrival. Similar to what happened with Cinderelle, Lucu couldn't help but look closely at Verdantia. Aesthetically, she was very pleasant to the world tree. Her nature-like aura and voluptuous frame felt attractive. Although Lucu was a tree, she also had an aesthetic sense toward humanoid creatures. In the end, the reason Silvens looked as they did was also because world trees, their ancestors had female-like silhouettes as the shape of their trunks. So, a world tree could appreciate the female figure as much as any other creature. It wasn't limited to that because, as a world tree, she had the ability to discern beauty in almost any race with their own aesthetic sense, an evolutionary trait created to distinguish pleasant creatures from those unpleasant. Still, even though Verdantia was certainly beautiful, Lucu felt a deeper attraction, as if something inside Verdantia was calling her to get closer and telling her that she wouldn't regret it. Of course, she didn't listen to those inner thoughts, finding them strange and not suitable. "I ought to know them. Who knows if they are trustworthy or not?" Lucu paused and looked at Cinderelle, who instantly turned her head in her direction and smiled prettily, dazzling Lucu. Why is she smiling when I look at her? Also, she fought really hard to defend me, didn't she? Cinderelle approached and spoke, interrupting Lucu's thoughts. It has been a while, hasn't it? Lucu looked at her confusedly. It hasn't even been a month. However, because of Floor's suggestion, she didn't answer with her thoughts, but instead, like before, she sent a message with a meaning close to a no. Cinderelle blinked a few times and laughed. Well, that's right. A few weeks is nothing for you, isn't it? Looking around, she commented. Either way, wow, this place has changed a lot, hasn't it? If the wall wasn't enough, inside the walls, it was completely different from the past. On the left area, extending for quite a large patch of land, there was a farm with a few plants growing that Cinderelle didn't know about. Between them, the place nearest to Lucu was filled with several growing roses, which she guessed were the descendants of the rose fairies. Floor noticed her gaze and commented, "That's where the young ones grow up to become fairies. The younglings have been quite active lately, and not only that, but they're becoming stronger with each generation that goes by." Cinderelle had learned about their biology in class, since rose fairies were a relatively common race that you could find in almost every forest with a warm temperature. However, she asked, curious to see if they were different. So, how long does it take for a rose fairy to grow? Floor shrugged. I don't know. Cinderelle blinked. What do you mean? Floor smiled. It changes depending on too many factors, but it can take between 1 month to 1 year. So, giving an estimated time frame makes little sense. We just take care of them until they bloom. Cinderelle looked at the nearly 40 flowers and asked, Are there any that you've seeded? Floor shook her head. I won't seed any probably. First of all, I'm a bit old, so I don't know if I even can fertilize seeds. Second of all, I don't really know which plant in the surroundings would even be able to help me fertilize my seeds. The fire Silven asked, Does it have to be a plant? Floor looked at Cinderelle with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Cinderelle looked at Floor's female form and asked, Can you get impregnated like a human female? Floor tilted her head. Impregnated? Like a male giving me his seed? Cinderelle nodded, and Floor laughed. Well, without caring much, Floor stripped off her clothes, revealing her naked body. Cinderelle didn't look away or become embarrassed. After all, Floor was the size of her calf, so there were no impure thoughts that could appear for her. Moreover, while Floor looked mostly human, her ruby-like eyes, not in a figurative sense, were a reminder of Floor's monster nature. Looking at Floor's naked body, Cinderelle was surprised to see the lack of actual genitals. For example, while Floor had breasts, there were no nipples. And on the waist part, the place where the female organs should be, instead, there was a slit that didn't appear like a vagina. Floor pointed at that slit and said, We generate seeds here when we are in season, and then we use the pollen of a plant to fertilize the seeds. Those seeds are planted in the ground, and later on, they grow into pretty roses. The roses grow the fairy in their flower head, and when the fairy matures, the rose opens and lets the fairy out. Cinderelle asked, Seasons, what do you do with the seeds that were not pollinated? Floor commented, We use them as fertilizer since they are rich in nutrients. We process them, but in short, we just throw them into the rose garden and let the young ones feed on them. Cinderelle was fascinated. And yours are not better than others? You know, for being a high-level rose fairy. Floor pondered as she placed the leafy clothes on her body again. I wonder, the ones I placed last year were a bit better than the seeds from the rest since I was level 10. However, I have yet to create a seed after my transformation into a queen, so I can't really say. Cinderelle nodded. I see. Quite interesting. Verdantia's voice reached them from the side. Indeed, Cinderelle jumped in fright and turned around. Whoa, why can you not be so sneaky? I almost took roots out of fear. Verdantia snorted while patting her dress to clean the dust and dirt that got on her after she fainted. If that's enough to scare you, you lack training. Cinderelle's eyebrow twitched and retorted back grumpily. At least I didn't faint in the presence of Lucu. Verdantia looked at her coldly, but the expression was completely ruined by the very clearly red cheeks. Shut up. Verdantia felt Lucu's gaze on her again. But this time, she tried to control herself from becoming too excited. She turned toward the being made of pure natural energies and couldn't help but gulp. Others could feel a deep presence, but as a Silven attuned to life, Lucu was everywhere. The ground, the walls, the farmland, the air, and deep in the ground. The life energy created by the world tree spread like an all-encompassing net of energies. It was a marvelous sight. In Fortuna City, Verdantia lacked the ability to discern Fortuna's world tree's life aura because it was just too strong. Like a human looking at the ocean from the shore and trying to discern its shape. This naturally didn't happen with Lucu. She was a level 4 being, and while strong, she was not outside of Verdantia's detection range. No wonder Silvens go crazy for world trees. Verdantia was confused because she hadn't been around world trees often. When she was little, her mother took her to other cities with world trees, but since she was too young, there was no impression other than big and pretty. Unlike what she was currently thinking, the aura of a world tree was individual. It changed as much as appearances changed on other creatures. So, in terms of world tree beauty standards, Lucu could be considered top-notch. Cinderelle remembered what she wanted to ask after being distracted by how rose fairies reproduced. Right, what's all of this about? I can see a house. Tree? A house tree? Over there as well. Verdantia looked at where Cinderelle was pointing and asked, "Aren't those the house for the rose fairies?" Cinderelle shook her head. "They weren't here last time I visited." Fleur commented calmly. "Lucu is building a town. That over there is the residential area. You can see the foundation done over there for other structures as well." The girls couldn't help but marvel. Verdantia was confused after being surprised as she remembered something. "Wait, she is building it." Lucu herself. Fleur nodded. "Yes. Any problems with that?" Verdantia tilted her head. "Not exactly a problem, but world trees building anything at all is rare. Usually, the people that discover them build cities around them." Fleur blinked and asked, "Really?" Until now, Lucu has been the one building the city and creating the equipment. Verdantia remembered Cinderelle mentioning it. "Right, those medallions or something like that." While they were speaking, someone approached and called them. "Oh, Cinder." Cinderelle looked at the person leaving one of the tree houses with a raised eyebrow. "Ariel." Ariel, the caravan merchant, smirked. "Hey, it has been a while." Cinderelle nodded, and Verdantia asked with a whisper, "Is she the human merchant you spoke about?" Cinderelle nodded faintly. During their discussions, Cinderelle eventually recounted her entire journey to Verdantia, so she was knowledgeable about what had happened. The only thing that Cinderelle failed to say to her was how Cinderelle and Fleur fought. Inside, Cinderelle was expecting Fleur to fight Verdantia like she did with her, which sadly didn't happen. "So what are you doing here? Also, why did you come out of that house?" Ariel giggled. "What? Jealous?" "Sorry, Cinder, but I just couldn't resist testing the furniture." Cinderelle frowned. "You didn't do anything strange while inside, right?" Ariel rolled her eyes. "Sorry, I don't want a certain fairy queen to slice me in little pieces." Fleur made a snorting sound at the side. Ariel laughed and then said, "Anyways, I was here to deliver the materials the world tree needed. We managed to buy everything, after all." Cinderelle nodded, and Ariel turned her head to look at Verdantia. She walked forward and extended her hand while looking up at the tall Silven. "Hello, miss. I'm Ariel, from the Sunflower Caravan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Verdantia grabbed her hand and nodded. "My name is Verdantia Lifefruit, Cinderelle's classmate." Ariel nodded and looked at Fleur. "Well, that was a nice nap. Those houses are really comfy." Fleur accepted her words with a small smile. "I'm glad you like them. Where are the other three?" Ariel giggled. "Still sleeping. As I said, the beds are really comfy. They smell fresh, they are cool but not cold, and they are very soft and comfortable. It's really something." Verdantia asked, "How many people can they house each?" Fleur commented, "Human-sized people, around 4 or 5. It depends on whether there are couples that don't mind sharing a bed, but it has 4 sleeping rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 3 bathrooms, 2 communal and 1 in the main bedroom, a basement, an attic, and a small garden." Cinderelle asked. Where does the waste go? Ariel blinked a few times and realized. Right, there aren't sewers, right? Flor tilted her head. They naturally go into the earth and are processed by nature to become fertilizer. Ariel frowned. Won't that create a bad smell? Flor was puzzled. What smell could there be? Everything is digested by the earth. Flor clarified. I mean, around 60% of the fertilizer we usually use to feed Lucu and our little ones is made of animal deposits. If there were no creatures around to eat the waste, I wouldn't say anything, but Lucu can process everything without problems at all. Ariel looked at the world tree and scratched her cheek. I see. Verdantia commented. Don't be so surprised. Have you ever smelled anything bad in a world tree's domain? They are purifying creatures above everything, so they can naturally dispose of waste easily. The caravan, Verdantia, and Cinderelle came and went for the next months while Lucu focused on building the town. Because they didn't really have a need for materials for now, Flor didn't sell more delicious berries to them, using the typical ones to gain currency. Time flowed quickly during this time, and Flor still kept Lucu's ability to speak a secret. She asked her to do so until she reached level 5. At level 5, she would be quite strong, so by then, Flor wouldn't mind. As weeks and months passed, more and more buildings appeared inside the walls. In addition, the 8 defensive structures on the walls were also slowly built. Because of their natural shape, if someone came across it, they would think that instead of an actual wall, it was a natural wonder where 8 trees linked with roots. Lucu took a total of 6 months to build everything and link it to her own being. Even though Lucu's strength didn't really grow during this time, her aura made an incredible change. As more and more structures became linked to her, although her stats didn't change, her presence went through earth-shattering changes. By now, her roots had extended to the 200-meter mark, and her height was 10 meters. The female figure etched in her trunk was as faint as before, but because her size increased, it was easier to spot. Over everything, Lucu's energy control was the thing that increased the most. If she could battle her previous self, even with identical stats, she would probably be able to win consistently by a relatively wide margin. Inside the walls, there were fewer trees than when Lucu appeared. However, because the buildings could also be considered tree beings in a sense, the number of trees actually increased. The final result of Lucu's half-year effort was a beautiful and exotic town that was neatly organized and made of tree-like structures. It had the neighborhood by the town hall side, with a defensive flower bed covering the streets in a non-bothersome way. Some of the buildings were surrounded by them because they were built in the same line. However, since every building was connected with Lucu in one way or another, it didn't bother the structure's integrity. In short, everything worked as intended. Plus, thanks to some of the flowers having migrated to the canopy-like roofs of some of the houses, they even gained some range because they were positioned higher. At first glance, the grounds felt natural and peaceful, as if they were one with nature. And with Lucu in the middle of everything, the place's aura was soothing and comfortable. From a wild groove, Lucu transformed her surroundings within 100 meters into a perfectly natural yet fortified place. The wild trees that remained and surrendered to Lucu were still not linked to Lucu in a significant manner. They were normal trees that stood on the sides of the streets and houses, living comfortably and quietly. On the surface, the trees had space, but if one were to look underground, one would realize that their roots were tangled and surrounded by Lucu's structure's roots. With minimal wrong movement, those trees would be uprooted and destroyed. Now, this didn't feel suffocating for them because while closely tangled, they didn't really bother each other much. So, it was like 2 neighbors living by each other's side, but one of them had an alarm in their house for when they did something wrong. Flor sat on one of Lucu's branches and looked at the surroundings with awe. She had seen the transformation firsthand during the last 6 months. Yet, she still couldn't believe it. This is the work of a level 4 world tree? What will this become when she is level 10, 20, or something like that? For 6 months, Flor continued with her morning routine, pollinating Lucu with her royal pollination skill, which netted her plenty of experience. She never forgot to go hunting as well, so, with quite a lot of effort, Floor managed to level up. She was currently level 13, and her basic stats looked like this, not taking into account any buffs. Level 13, 0/8460. Ether Mana Shards, 14073/14073, plus 50.67/hour. Foer Body Shards, 4053/4053, plus 14.6/hour. Anima Energy Shards, 6620/6620, plus 23.84/hour. Attributes: Ether 93, 86 plus 7, Physique 29, 28 plus 1, Anima 46, 43 plus 3, Willpower 58, 58, Destiny 104, 104. She was incredibly strong. Moreover, those numbers did not take into account the buffs her titles and skills gave her. For example, Friend of the World Tree gave her a bonus of 20% stats as long as she fought in the surroundings of Lucu. Then, Protector of Nature increased it to another 10% when she fought to protect nature. Lucu's Defender gave her an extra 10% as well, for a total of a 40% permanent buff as long as she fought to defend Lucu. Then, Lucu's crafted equipment pushed her stats another notch higher. All these buffs, when stacked, pushed her Ether Mana Shards close to the 20,000 mark. The Rose Fairy Queen was nothing but a little monster in a defensive battle. Any creature that was not at least 5 levels above her and in the same tier or above had no chance against her. Even Ignatia would shake her head and forget about fighting Floor in a one-on-one battle. For the two Silven girls, who thought that they could slowly catch up to the Rose Fairy Queen, her massive increase in strength came as a surprise. They both had managed to reach level 8 in the last 6 months. However, even with their transformation skill, they would not be 100% confident in facing her. Each time they looked at the relaxed Fairy Queen, overlooking everything, they couldn't help but have the impression of a ruler looking at her domain, where no one could enter without her permission. Lucu, who finally managed to finish her last building, which was the basic inn, opened her world tree once more and took in her surroundings. Done. Hihei. Her voice spread around without any care, and Floor's eyebrow twitched as she sighed. Did she forget not to talk to others? Well, what's done can't be taken back. Her eyes turned in the direction of the two Silvens and saw them both looking at Lucu, stupefied. Floor hummed in her mind. Well, I couldn't expect her ability to talk to be hidden for too long, I guess. She is also going to level up as well, so I guess it's not that big of a problem. Speaking of which, I wonder how much accumulated experience she has. Lucu was curious exactly about that, so she looked at her message summary. Basic World Energy Gathering has absorbed 4 experience points, x 180. A. Rose Fairy level 12 has used Royal Pollination on you. You've gained 16 experience points, x 163. A. Rose Fairy level 13 has used Royal Pollination on you. You've gained 16 experience points, x 17. Congratulations on defeating F tier level 5. You've gained 1 experience points, x 3. Congratulations on defeating F plus tier level 5. You've gained 4 experience points, x 1. Congratulations on defeating F tier level 6. You've gained 2 experience points, x 2. Congratulations on defeating F plus tier level 6. You've gained 7 experience points, x 2. Congratulations on defeating F tier level 7. You've gained 3 experience points, x 2. Congratulations on defeating F plus tier level 7. You've gained 11 experience points, x 1. Congratulations on defeating E tier tree level 7. You've gained 82 experience points, x 7. Congratulations on defeating E plus tier tree level 8. You've gained 289 experience points, x 2. You've gained a total of 4,808 experience points. Lucu looked at that message log a few times, her soul shocked to the core. How much experience? F4000s. What? Lucu's branches started twisting in surprise as her aura became turbulent out of pure excitement. Floor was on one of them and almost fell down, so she quickly flapped her leafy wings and floated up. What's wrong, Lucu? Lucu spluttered incoherently. Wow, floor for 1,000 NOP. Wait, that's closer to 5,000. Floor was assaulted by powerful waves of pure energy, but thankfully, her level up made her much more resistant. Floor was puzzled about what that had to do with her excitement, so she asked, "What's wrong? What's 5,000? Lucu babbled. Accumulated. The experience accumulated. The accumulated experience is 4,800. Floor's eyes widened. What? How much? Lucu spluttered. 4,808. Floor looked at the sky, not knowing what to think of this situation. Almost 5,000 experience. She felt glad and sad at the same time. She is really growing fast, and this growth is going to accelerate once she levels up, right? A sigh mixed with several emotions escaped her. Yet, despite her conflicting feelings, she was honestly happy for Lucu. Floor genuinely smiled and congratulated her. Great job, Lucu. You're growing so fast. Lucu was delighted that Floor supported her and giggled in happiness. Thank you, Floor. Ha ha ha. Floor's face gained a tender smile as she caressed the trunk of the increasingly larger tree. No problem, little one. I'll be here for you. Lucu sent a happy aura as she felt Floor's hand caressing her. Although, relatively, Floor was very petite for Lucu in terms of size, the world tree could clearly feel her tender caress. Hee. So, Floor, now that I've finished, I'll level up. Floor was about to nod, but she heard someone call her from the bottom of the tree. Floor. Looking down, she saw Cinderelle and Verdantia looking up at her with a nervous look. She asked, acting stupid. Yes? What's wrong? Cinderelle asked, her voice slightly rushed. Did Lucu just speak? Verdantia nodded a few times, as if asking the same with her head movements. Floor saw their faces, and while at first she wanted to tease them and act silly, seeing that they were so excited yet nervous, she really couldn't deny them. Well, Lucu is going to level up, so it doesn't matter if they know, I guess. With almost 5,000 experience, she can probably level up twice. Yes, she has learned to speak. Floor saw that they wanted to start speaking with Lucu, but cut them short. I know you are excited, but Lucu is about to level up. How about waiting for later so that you don't distract her? Verdantia and Cinderelle paused, and after thinking for a few seconds, they nodded and agreed. This gesture made Floor glad, making her lips arch in a smile, while she slowly looked at them more favorably. They're good kids in essence, even if they are too possessive of Lucu. Lucu heard their conversation, and seeing that Floor had sorted it out, she sent a message before focusing on her level up. See you later, Verdantia, Cinderelle. Both Silvens stiffened, their faces gaining a reddish color. They answered with a shy and flirty tone. See you later, Tiantian. Yes. See you later, Luer. Floor looked at Verdantia with a weird gaze. Why are they so eager to give her nicknames? Moreover, Lua, what does that dasher mean? Verdantia saw Floor's gaze and smiled. Mom told me that it is a term of endearment from another language. I think it sounds nice, so I added it. Floor blinked and asked, was I too obvious? Verdantia laughed. You were. Floor scratched her cheek. I see. Ignatia appeared from somewhere and smiled. Floor, I heard that the little one is going to level up. Floor nodded and looked at the Ant Queen for a few seconds. Where did you come from? Ignatia pointed at a place, and after following her finger, they saw a hole surrounded by rocks with stairs and such that led into the ground. Floor's eyebrow twitched. When did you do this? Ignatia laughed. Well, I did it with Lucu's permission, so don't worry about small details. Now, my nest and this place are connected. I've also covered my nest's entrance much more and fortified the walls. The little one helped me with it as well, using her roots to create a passage. Ignatia grinned. Also, I've managed to complete half of that quest I spoke about. Floor blinked. Oh, has it got something to do with world trees? Ignatia rubbed her chin. Not exactly world trees, but it's more about creating a proper ant society. The reason I need to be almost level 20 is that there's also a population requirement, and until I'm a much higher level, I don't think I will be able to give birth to so many little ones. Floor nodded. I see. So, connecting with the town has fulfilled those conditions. Ignatia grinned, showing rows of sharp teeth. Yes, I have to thank the little one for that, haha. Ignatia commented. So, I'm here to protect her as she levels up. Cinderelle asked, curious. You alone? Ignatia moved her head, directing her compound eyes towards Cinderelle, and her lips arched. How could an ant queen be alone when fighting? Come out, little ones. Then, from the hole that was around 4 meters wide, ants started crawling out in the hundreds. One after another, like a black and red tide, they appeared in the surroundings and started crawling around. Ignatia's throat started creating clicking sounds as she ordered them around. The two Silvens felt their skin crawling as creature after creature appeared. Jay, just how many did you carry with you? Ignatia looked at Cinderelle and shrugged. Well, I wanted to protect her well, so I called 500 little darlings. Between them, half are all level 7 and above. Verdantia asked, what level are you, Ignatia? Ignatia didn't have a problem answering them. She knew Floor trusted these two, and so did she. With her intelligence, she could clearly tell how deeply they cared about Lucu. I'm level 13. Floor blinked. Huh, you caught up. Ignatia laughed. Surprised? Verdantia muttered. No wonder ant queens are considered such a threat. In just half a year, you managed to create this army? Humans, Silvens, and almost any other race would need years to grow their young ones and make them as strong. Ignatia looked at her with a grin and swayed her voluptuous breasts. You won't report mommy, right? Verdantia looked at the swaying breasts and couldn't help but be in awe. They are as large as mine, and I have an entire head of height on her. Cinderelle and Floor clicked their tongues at the same time. While they spoke, the 500 ants had crawled around the walls and stationed themselves there, their large compound eyes looking around attentively, like machines ready to lunge at the slightest sight of a threat. For them, the queen's orders were absolute. If their queen ordered them to do something, they would sacrifice any number of themselves to fulfill it. The only thing that was above the queen's orders in their minds was the queen's safety. Only when protecting Ignatia would they dare to even think of defying the ant queen's orders. Ignatia looked at how her children surrounded the place and looked at Lucu. Little one, go for it without problems. She smiled gently. We will protect you. Lucu laughed. Thank you, Ignatia. While Lucu didn't talk with Ignatia often, she had conversations with her from time to time. Lucu learned that, like Floor, Ignatia was someone she could trust and rely on. Feeling safe with the sensation of hundreds of ants crawling around her walls, Lucu's mind sunk deeply into her own body, and she looked at the quest and experience. Quest, build basic town completed. Calculating efficiency. 456% completion rate. Rewards will be given out accordingly. Rewards, Sylvanium shards, 50. Ethereum shards, 50. Ascendium shards, 50. Celestium shards, 50. Cognium shards, 50. Changing reward according to completion rate. Changing reward for completing the Silven quest, pre-level 10. Changing reward for completing the Silven quest, pre-level 5. Rewards successfully increased. Rewards, Sylvanium shards, 250. Ethereum shards, 250. Ascendium shards, 250. Celestium shards, 250. Cognium shards, 250. Additional reward 1. Sub-level 10. All skills related to construction that have been used will be given to the world tree and fused. Additional reward 2. Sub-level 10. All buildings assimilated by the world tree will increase 1 sub-tier, breaking through to the next tier if they are in the plus rank. Additional reward 3. Sub-level 10. You've gained the title Wonder Tree Building. Wonder Tree Building, buildings created in the future will receive all additional benefits. Additional benefits. All buildings assimilated by the world tree will increase 1 sub-tier, breaking through to the next tier if they are in the plus rank. Additional reward 4. Sub-level 5. All production skills will break through if they are at the level limit. After that, they will increase 1 sub-tier, breaking through to the next tier if they are in the plus rank. Additional reward 5. Sub-level 5, you've gained the title Seedling World Builder. Seedling World Builder, a creature with the potential to become a world builder. While she is still far from anything near the true meanings of those words, Tiantian Lucu will receive plus 20% building speed, plus 10% material cost reduction. Seedling World Builder Aura, E+ rank level 1. All constructions assimilated receive a 20% stat boost and are affected by your living being-related auras like Defender. Using additional rewards 1, first half, and 4. Congratulations! You've learned Tree Architecture, E rank. Congratulations! You've learned World Tree City Planning, E rank. Congratulations! You've learned Living Structure Manipulation, E+ rank. Congratulations! You've learned Tree Assimilation, E+ rank. Congratulations! Your skill, Woodcrafter, E rank level max, has broken through to the E+ rank level 1. Woodcrafter, E+ rank level 1, boosted to D, rank level 1. Congratulations! Your skill, Nature's Gift, F+ rank level max, has broken through to the E, rank level 1. Nature's Gift, E rank level 1, boosted to E rank level 1. New berries have been unlocked. Old berries have been boosted. Congratulations! Your skill, Land Modifying, F rank level max, has broken through to the F+ rank level 1. Land Modifying, F+ rank level 1, boosted and evolved to Land Morphing, E rank level 1. Congratulations! Your skill, Root Manipulation, E rank level max, has broken through to the E rank level 1. Root Manipulation, E rank level 1, boosted to E+ rank level 1. Lucu didn't have much chance to look at everything before she felt an incredible surge of power inside of her body, bursting and spreading to her surroundings like a dense water tide. Everyone's faces became serious as the world tree's aura skyrocketed. Moreover, as Lucu absorbed it, the system was not done. Additional reward 1, second half, is being activated. Skills, Tree Architecture, E rank, World Tree City Planning, E rank, Living Structure Manipulation, E+ rank, Tree Assimilation, E+ rank, and Woodcrafting, D rank have been fused. Congratulations! You've learned Living with City, D rank level 1. Living with City, D rank level 1, a Master Wood. Everything is possible for all wood-related constructions and items, from spoons and knives to massive walls and towering structures. Plus 30% to production toward wood-related items. There's a 10% chance of increasing the wood-related item sublevel after completion up to the plus rank. All structures have offensive and defensive abilities to a certain extent. Plus 100% to the ability to manipulate existing structures. System hint: second phase of the Silven quest will be given when reaching level 10. After all the rewards were given out, Lucu's aura somewhat calmed down. The people looking from the outside were stunned and tried to analyze her, expecting to see a level up. However, to their horror, Lucu's level was still level 4. Cinderelle stuttered and asked, what happened? Why has her aura become much more profound if she is still level 4? Floor frowned and wanted to answer, but Lucu didn't allow it since she started leveling up. If the aura before was like a wave, this time her aura was like a tsunami. Boom! The entire place began creaking and trembling as Lucu's pure life aura spilled out from everywhere. Even the buildings connected to her were enveloped in her aura since they were similarly leveling up with her. The reason for such a terrifying aura was that Lucu hadn't leveled up once but twice. The experience needed to go from level 4 to level 5 was 1900. Meanwhile, counting her previous experience points and adding the almost 5,000 she gained during these 6 months of work, her accumulated experience had reached an absurd 7,148 points. With 7,000 accumulated experience, Lucu could breach the experience needed to go from level 5 to level 6 as well, which was 2,890 experience points. Moreover, after leveling up twice, Lucu would still have 2,358 experience points left. System messages began pouring again as Lucu felt her energies further increasing. Level up. Level up. Ether plus 14, Physique plus 18, Anima plus 16, Willpower plus 20, Destiny plus 200. Sylvanium Branch Accessory has leveled up. You've completed a Silven quest. You've gained Cognium Branch Accessory, basic rank flawless level. You've won a war and gained a title. You've unlocked Celestium Branch Accessory, basic rank flawless level. Level 6 Sylvanium Branch Accessory, basic rank flawless level. Plus 108 Ether Mana. Plus 108 Force. Plus 108 Anima Energy. Ether plus 18. Physique plus 18. Anima plus 18. Willpower plus 18. Sylvanium Shard active. Used to create 1 Sylvanium Shard. Cooldown 1 day. Level 6 Celestium Branch Accessory. Basic rank flawless level. Plus 36 Ether Mana. Plus 126 Force. Plus 36 Anima Energy. Ether plus 6. Physique plus 18. Anima plus 6. Willpower plus 6. Celestium Shard active. Used to create 1 Celestium Shard. Cooldown 1 day. Level 6 Cognium Branch Accessory. Basic rank flawless level. Plus 36 Ether Mana. Plus 36 Force. Plus 126 Anima Energy. Ether plus 6. Physique plus 6. Anima plus 18. Willpower plus 6. Cognium Shard active. Used to create 1 Cognium Shard. Cooldown 1 day. Author note: the following stats include all buffs. The branch accessories and floor's royal pollination at level 13. Since it has been a while since I showed Lucu's system page, I've also written all descriptions. Name: Tiantian Lucu. Titles: Awakened, a title that's gained when a tree gains sapience and evolves, gaining human-like intelligence. World Tree, a tree that can grow to be an overlord, admired by many, hated by some. Defender, all creatures considered allies will gain 10% stats when fighting a defensive battle. Wonder Tree Building, buildings created in the future will receive all additional benefits. Additional benefits: all buildings assimilated by the World Tree will increase 1 sub-tier, breaking through tier rank if they are in the plus rank. Seedling World Builder, a creature with the potential to become a world builder. While she is still far from anything near the true meanings of those words, Tiantian Lucu will receive plus 20% building speed, plus 10% material cost reduction. Hidden titles: Race, World Tree. Energy Method, basic world energy gathering, gathers experience points, * level per day. Level 60/4070. Ether Mana Shards, 7245/7245, plus 261/hour. Forward Body Shards, 1046/310463, plus 377/hour. Anima Energy Shards, 8190/8190, plus 295/hour. Attributes: Ether 96, 42 plus 54. Physique 128, 54 plus 74. Anima 113, 48 plus 65. Willpower 103, 60 plus 43. Destiny 600. Affinity Percentage: Ether Resonance 25, Physique Refinement 35, Anima Affinity 20. Resistance Percentage: Ether Resistance 40, Physique Resistance 46, Spiritual Resistance 41, Mental Resistance 45. Talents: Enchanted Growth, E plus rank level 2, 102,000/144,000. Stimulates the rapid growth of nearby flora, creating vibrant and mesmerizing plant life. Use consumes ether mana and anima energy. Living Wood City, D. Rank level 10/31, 200, a master wood. Everything is possible for all wood-related constructions and items, from spoons and knives to massive walls and towering structures. Plus 30% to production toward wood-related items. There is a 10% chance of increasing the wood-related item sublevel after completion up to the plus rank. All structures have offensive and defensive abilities to a certain extent, plus 100% to the ability to manipulate existing structures. Nature's Gift, E rank level 10/9300, produces small, magical fruits with unique and beneficial properties. It uses anima energy and ether mana to produce. Depending on the strength of the fruits, there's a chance that they will also need foe. Willow Strike, F plus rank level 2 1000/31, 200. The world tree is from a willow family, with characteristic long but thin branches. She can use ether mana to move them and strike a target with tremendous force. Range 35 meters. Willow Strike Barrage, F plus rank level 10/1200. The world tree uses all her branches to strike at her enemy. She can use ether mana to trigger this skill, allowing her to attack for 3 seconds uninterrupted. Range 18 meters. Land Modifying, E rank level 10/3900. This skill allows the user to manipulate non-enhanced terrain. It uses ether mana and some anima energy. The range is limited, and the user must be touching the terrain. Passive skills. World Tree Heart, a rank level 10/589900. A core has formed in the middle of the tree. The tree can recover from any external injury if the core doesn't receive heavy damage. Depending on the damage, it will take longer. Innate regeneration increased, innate resistances increased, and innate affinities increased. World Tree Eye, C rank level 1, 8540/144000. You can see as far as your roots extend. World Tree Wisdom, SSS rank level max. You can understand all languages as long as they are complex enough to be considered a language by the system. Charm of the Seedling, F plus rank level 4, 50/050/73, 800. Attract small animals and insects to the area, fostering a harmonious ecosystem. There's a very small chance of attracting a friendly, bigger animal or insect that will help protect you. Creatures below the F rank will be affected with much ease. Root Manipulation, E plus rank level 10/18,000. Your control over your roots increases. They're more flexible and will be able to move through the earth without much problem. Your roots can slightly better resist extreme environments, and your sensitivity toward them will increase. Seedling World Builder Aura, E plus rank level 1. All constructions assimilated receive a 20% stat boost and are affected by your living being-related auras like Defender. Mind Call, F rank level max. It allows the user to enhance the meaning and range of their shared thoughts. It can be used as long as the user has learned any type of mental communication skill. When actively used, anima energy is used to increase the range and penetration power. Accumulated experience, 2358. Currency, Sylvanium shards 643, Ethereum shards 250, Ascendium shards 250, Celestium shards 250, Cognium shards 250. Inventory, Sapling Wood 1200, Yellow Cotton 150, Earth Mud 500, Pebble Heart 800, Sprout Heart 50, Earth Spire 150, Yellow Cotton Thread 20, Dust Heart 30, Bud Bark 30, Gust Bar 6, Mist Bark 6, Blaze Bark 6, etc. Lucu felt renewed. Her entire being was renewed as she absorbed the energy of nature in the world. With her roots digging deeper, further, and swifter, Lucu wanted nothing more than to continue feeling this way forever. As she leveled up, her strength underwent a tremendous transformation. While it was possible to level up more than once in a row, it was not common. After all, other creatures needed to understand how some things worked before they increased their level. Her roots absorbed the nutrients of the surroundings, and her senses became sharper. As her strength increased, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, her senses expanded and became more attuned to everything around her. On the outside, everyone was stunned. The event that was unfolding as Lucu leveled up was nothing but a magnificent spectacle of raw power, be it above or under the earth. The shift was gradual yet noticeable. Above ground, They could see that as Lucu grew in size, the rest of the town followed her steps. All buildings were part of Lucu. Hence, as her energy surged, everything connected to her grew and moved. What was interesting was that the walls, the defensive flower field, and the rest of the buildings were gently shifting away from Lucu. The distance was not much. By the end of the event, they would have shifted just a few centimeters, probably not reaching a meter. However, the fact that they would move away was something fascinating for those who noticed. It had been around 1 week since Lucu started leveling up, and Floor couldn't help but be a bit worried. Why is Lucu taking so long? By her side, the voluptuous Ant Queen picked her up like a doll and hugged her from behind. Floor blinked as she allowed those actions, thinking to herself, since when did I start allowing Ignatia to be so comfortable with skinship? But her thoughts were interrupted by Ignatia's curvy body, softly and comfortably surrounding her own. Floor shifted a bit, feeling a strangely comfortable but somewhat flustering feeling. Well, it doesn't feel bad, so it should be okay. Ignatia looked at the obedient little rose fairy queen, and when she realized that she didn't resist other than fidgeting around a bit, her lips arched and her compound eyes gleamed. To not allow the little rose fairy's thoughts to wander too much, she spoke. Floor, something very important has changed since the last time she leveled up, right? Floor's thoughts refocused on Lucu, and her worries resurfaced, making her forget about everything else. Something changed. Looking around at the living town, she nodded. Right? She built all these things. Ignatia continued to guide her thoughts, patiently training Floor's rationale and intelligence. So, what quality of these buildings is very peculiar? Floor tilted her head, which prompted her cheek to rub with the soft skin of Ignatia's chest. Comfortable. Floor shook her head with a frown. I'm getting distracted again. Anyways, building qualities. Floor commented that they are alive and act as trees. Ignatia nodded. Well, that's one thing. How about another one? Floor continued thinking and finally realized that they only level up when Lucu levels up. Ignatia laughed. That's right. However, that is strange, right? Floor nodded. There are beings that just level up without needing experience points. That doesn't make much sense. Agreeing with her, Ignatia continued. So, how do we compensate for this nonsense condition attached to them? Floor blinked a few times and finally connected the time it was taking with them. So, when Lucu levels up, she needs to absorb much more energy to feed these buildings. This takes a lot of time, which has lengthened the entire level-up process. Ignatia's throat released a clicking sound that simulated laughter. That's right. Great job, Floor. Here, a reward. Floor looked upward with a confused expression and saw Igantia's face coming closer, making her heart strangely jump. The Ant Queen poked their noses together and separated again while keeping a smile. Floor was stunned and didn't move for a few seconds. Ignatia's throat clicked again with a giggle. What's wrong, Floor? Floor snapped out of her daze and shook her head. Nothing. She touched her face with a puzzled expression and asked, Why did you do that? Ignatia's eyes flashed with curiosity. She was quite sharp with Cinderelle and Verdantia, but rose fairies seemed to be unaware of these feelings and sensations when it involved themselves. Is it because their reproduction doesn't really need them to form pairs? Ignatia's intelligent, insect-like eyes didn't betray any readable emotion as she answered with a calm tone. As I said, it was a reward. You liked it, right? Floor couldn't really deny it, but she felt that something was off. I didn't dislike it, but Ignatia cut her words. Then, there's no problem. Or is there? Floor looked at the Ant Queen with a perplexed face, feeling that she was planning something, but she just couldn't put her finger around it. So, with no real clue, she reluctantly nodded. I guess it's fine. Ignatia's lips arched, and her thorax-like ant tail swayed back and forth happily. At the side, a high-level ant looked at how her queen played with the strong fairy with curiosity, but naturally, she didn't really understand much. She, the ant, just realized that her queen was fond of that fairy, so she turned around and left, using her pheromones to tell all her sisters about it. Fleur did not know when or how, but she would eventually realize that her status in the Ant Queen's family had somehow elevated to below one person and above 10,000. 10 days after Lucu started to level up, Fleur and the others felt a profound change as an aura of power spread around once more. Curious, the Rose Fairy Queen looked at Lucu and analyzed her. Oh, she reached level 5. Remembering her conversation with Ignatia, she knew that now she would need to feed all her structures to become level 6. This will take a while, won't it? Fleur was currently in the town hall's main office with Verdantia, Ignatia, and Cinderelle. In front of them, there was quite literally a mushroom man, a humanoid creature with a mushroom head and a soft body made of mushroom flesh. It was white and filled with vertical fibers. Moreover, his eyes were pearly black, like two obsidian orbs. They were very similar to the Rose Fairy's ruby-like eyes, which made it clear that the creature before them was a monster kind. Verdantia and Cinderelle were wary at first, but after realizing that Fleur and Ignatia were monster kind as well, they decided not to be so judgmental and wait for the conversation to develop before reaching a conclusion. The mushroom man spoke, his voice low and deliberate, each word being pronounced slowly as if they had great thought behind them. Lords of the forest, we come to speak. We felt life. We want to link. His earthy tone was pleasant to the ears, but also like a whisper. The tree of life visited our cave. We want no war. We want to live peacefully. Cinderelle and Verdantia looked at him with a stunned expression. Cinderelle asked with a whisper to Verdantia, "Do you think they are a race of intelligent hermits?" Verdantia didn't know the answer, but Ignatia did, and she did so while Fleur responded to the mushroom man. "They are not. He speaks slowly because he lacks intelligence, not the opposite." Cinderelle and Verdantia's curiosity vanished as they looked at the Ant Queen with a deadpan. Ignatia titled her head, her antennae swinging with her head movement. "What's wrong?" Cinderelle commented. "Couldn't you, I don't know, leave a bit of mysticism to them?" They appeared like someone important. Ignatia looked at both Silven for a few seconds, making both girls somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? Ignatia turned her attention toward Fleur's conversation, leaving behind a sentence that felt like a punch in the stomach. "I sometimes wonder why your races are called intelligent races and ours are called monsters." Verdantia and Cinderelle coughed and stopped playing around, refocusing on the conversation. Below the life tree, it was a powerful aura. Both of them blinked, feeling that they had missed a big part of the conversation. Fleur saw their faces and bothered to clarify. "I see. So, our life tree's aura, as you call it, seeped into your living place, which is right below us. Then, as the chief of the Machinid tribe, you decided to come and join us because the aura felt strong yet welcoming, and you feel like you could fit into our growing society." The Machinid elder got thoughtful, slowly understanding Fleur's words. Fleur didn't mind waiting for an answer. After all, she was accustomed to speaking with Lucu, who, even after learning to speak, would sometimes take a while to answer her questions. When he was sure, he nodded. "Yes, that's correct." Fleur looked at the man, and while he was a level 10, honestly, he felt inoffensive. She still didn't dare underestimate him. Moreover, as a mainly subterranean race, Fleur was unsure of how to adapt or assimilate their species. She tried to think of a few methods, but the only way she could think of was something similar to what Ignatia did: make a tunnel to their camp and connect it with their town. Other than this option, what other one is there? Fleur was unsure. She was a leader of a race, but her race never really had houses. They were always living from tree canopy to tree canopy, using a symbiotic relationship with them in exchange for security. Ignatia saw her struggle, but she didn't intervene. She used her hand to support her chin as she smiled and looked at the struggling Rose Fairy Queen. "Fufu, so cute." Fleur asked to make sure. "How do you want to be assimilated? Live near the world tree? Or be left alone while living in her domain?" The Machinid elder's mushroom-like head bobbed up and down, making Fleur's eyebrow twitch. "What does that gesture mean?" She cleared her throat and asked again. So, you want to live around the world tree? The Machinid elder bobbed side to side and then up and down, making floor lament in her head. This will be a long conversation, won't it? I know what to do. Verdantia, Cinderelle, I'll leave this conversation to both of you for practice. Both Silvens looked stunned at the self-righteous Rose Fairy Queen throwing her work onto them. Fleur raised her eyebrows. What? Do you have any complaints? Cinderelle asked. Are you trying to skip work? Fleur said with an honest smile. Of course not. I never skip work. I'm very hard-working. Both Silvens would spit on that sentence if it was physical from the pure disdain they felt from it. However, they didn't say anything and agreed. After all, their objective was to be as entangled with Lucu as possible. After taking the baton from Fleur, both Silvens squeezed their brain cells as much as possible and managed to decipher what the Machinid elder wanted. Verdantia smiled, her face a bit tired. I see. You want to have an underground space for your race to live nearby. But living on the surface is also not much of a problem because the world tree's aura is just very nutritious. The Machinid elder bobbed up and down in agreement. Yes. Verdantia and Cinderelle sighed, and Cinderelle asked, So how many of you are there? 10? 20? Numbers were not a problem for creatures born with a system interface. The Machinid slowly yet clearly pronounced, 180. The total time Lucu took to level up from level 4 to level 6 was a month. Since she advanced to the 5th level on the 10th day, the experience she received in total was the following. Basic World Energy Gathering has absorbed 4 experience points, x 10. A. Rose Fairy level 13 has used Royal Pollination on you. You've gained 16 experience points, x 10. Basic World Energy Gathering has absorbed 5 experience points, x 20. A. Rose Fairy level 13 has used Royal Pollination on you. You've gained 25 experience points, x 20. Basic World Energy Gathering has absorbed 6 experience points, x 1. A. Rose Fairy level 13 has used Royal Pollination on you. You've gained 26 experience points, x 1. The last message was from the first day Lucu reached level 6. However, at level 6, by the description of the Royal Pollination skill, she should have gotten 36 experience points. There was a reason as to why she couldn't receive as much, and instead, she got 26. The experience limit Royal Pollination could give was twice Fleur's own level. If it weren't like that, Fleur could approach any world tree and sell herself as the most efficient experience point provider the world had ever seen. Even then, the ability to give 26 experience points daily was already tremendously high, speeding up Lucu's leveling speed by at least 4 times. When Lucu regained her clear consciousness, she felt revitalized. That was nice. Lucu sent a pulse of energy through her root system to check on everything and was stunned. Wow, my vision has reached 180 meters. Then, when her senses from the deepest roots arrived, she realized that her roots had finally broken through that wall of rocks below her, making her curious. Oh, I could finally break through here. Let's see what is in there. As her senses spread with her natural sense, she could feel that it was a cave filled with high-energy materials. Oh, new materials! Lucu felt that she had never seen anything like that, so she was very tempted to look at them closer. Her roots were about to extend closer, but she detected another aura a few meters away. Her roots stopped and moved in that direction, filled with curiosity. Life tree! Life tree! Shouts of the creature she met reached her, confusing Lucu. But I'm not a life tree. I am a world tree. She snorted twice in her mind. Oomph. These beings are a bit stupid. Then, she decided to use World Tree Eye because their aura was something she had never felt. Once the world was brightened by her skill, Lucu managed to see the shape of these creatures. Machinids. After absorbing the encyclopedia with her SSS rank skill, her knowledge of the several races and species around the world became much more complete. Of course, creatures that weren't registered in that book would remain unknown to her. However, there were very few common races that Lucu couldn't identify. She decided to communicate with them. While it was not her business what these beings were doing here, they might know what the new material she found was for. Hello. Also, I'm not a life tree. I'm a world tree. The Myconids before her were relatively low level. After all, the place Lucu entered was deep into their cave system, where the lowest levels stayed secure. After she said hello, thanks to the world tree wisdom skill, her voice was perfectly transmitted to them in their own usual language. For Lucu, there was no such thing as a language barrier. World tree, we present you a gift. One female-looking Myconid approached and offered an item. Lucu looked at it and saw that it was a broken and tattered stone. HM? What is this? She used her powerful analyzing capabilities, and a name was revealed. Shattered Core, unranked. Lucu looked at that thing for a few seconds and felt that the Myconids were pulling a prank on her. An unranked item? That's even worse than F rank. However, Lucu was clever and managed to see the inconsistencies in the details. But I can't see the description even though it is unranked. Moreover, I also can't see its level. This thing became a puzzle for Lucu, but with her usually relaxed nature, since she couldn't solve it, she decided not to think about it too much. Still, she planned to take it with her. Sure, I'll take it. Her root stretched forward and touched it. At that moment, Lucu stopped as a few images flashed in her mind. She could see a barren land becoming lush and life evolving as creatures appeared everywhere. The quick vision lasted nothing but a fraction of a second, but it left Lucu stunned. Right after she came back to her senses, her focus fell on the core. The entire pressure of the young world tree fell on the core, bringing with it tremendous pressure. The Myconids thought that Lucu was angry and they started trembling in fear. After her level-ups, Lucu's stats broke into the level 10+ realm by a large margin. Now, with everything that supported her, like the defensive measures, she could probably take on Floor in a one-on-one fight with a high chance of winning. While Floor had around 14,000 ether mana shards, and Lucu had half that number, their actual ether stat was not that far. Floor's ether, without taking buffs into account, was 93 points. Meanwhile, Lucu's ether stat, not taking the royal pollination into account, was 86. Then, you had to remember that ether was actually Lucu's weakest stat, while it was Floor's strongest one. Of course, this didn't mean that Floor was weak. For a creature of her level, she was relatively powerful. Regardless, Lucu, who could compare stat-wise to a level 13 Rose Fairy Queen, had an overbearing presence to these sub-level 10 Myconids. Knowing that they had no chance of resistance when facing such a being, the Myconids stood still and trembling, hoping that this powerful creature would forgive them for whatever offense they committed. System, analyze it. Analyzing. Shattered Core, unranked. Lucu snorted. Analyze again. Analyzing. Shattered Core, unranked. Lucu looked at that message with pure disdain. As always, useless. Lucu sighed in her mind and dispelled her auras. Well, whatever. I'll keep it with me until I can understand it. Her roots coiled around the melon-sized shattered core and slowly brought it up and passed it through the place where her roots came from. Feeling relieved, the Myconid people released a light spore mist. Thank you for forgiving us, Life Dash. World Tree. Lucu looked at them with confusion. Forgive what? What are you talking about? The Myconids blinked a few times, their black eyes looking confused. Still, Lucu couldn't care less about their confusion, so she asked as another of her roots dug a bit of the material she found. So, what is this lyre mineral for? The description was not too helpful. Lyre mineral, a mineral with concentrated energy that can be transformed for several uses. In its raw form, it is mostly unusable. It must be processed. After reading the description, Lucu was as confused as she had been before. Transform. How to transform this? One of the Myconids, a relatively elderly-looking one, spoke slowly. You need to transform them by placing them in a mixture. Then, you can slowly use their energy to recover your ether mana shards and anima energy shards. Lucu listened with interest as her roots felt the item's surface and energy flow. Recover ether mana and anima energy. Huh? If I can learn to harvest it, won't my regeneration skyrocket? The idea of assimilating this entire cave system with her roots surfaced in her mind. But as soon as it did, a system message popped. System hint. Assimilation of the cave system is currently impossible. Lucu asked, puzzled. Why is it impossible? System hint. Tiantian Lucu is too weak. Lucu looked at those words a few times, and although she wanted to retort, she couldn't. Well, I'm level 6, after all. I am also too small to absorb this cave system. Her roots had extended and were slowly mapping the underground. They moved across the rocky walls of the cave, allowing her to understand how large the place was. For now, with her mere 180-meter maximum root distance, she could not even begin to fathom the size of the cave system. Not finding anything interesting, Lucu decided to stop looking at it consciously. Then, after she resurfaced before she did anything, she decided to check her system page. The large changes and messages appeared in her eyes one after another, leaving her stunned. Seeing that doing the quest pre-level 5 actually rewarded her, the World Tree became delighted. She was curious about everything new she had unlocked, like the new skills and such, but the one she was the most excited to look at was her new fruits. As a tree, her desire to grow fruits was not small. She really liked creating them so that her surroundings could get stronger with her. So, without waiting anymore, Lucu decided to look at the berries. Wow! System hint. Descriptions have been summarized. Please ask for the longer descriptions if Tiantian Lucu wants them. Nature's Gift, E rank level 10/9300, produces small, magical fruits with unique and beneficial properties. Lucu can use 10% of the berry's cost to accelerate 50 gestation days. Low-rank Delicious Berry, E rank, plus 5 experience points. Level 24 and below, 4/day. Level 9 and below, 1/day. Production cost, 1 o'clock a.m. and AE. Gestation time, 100 days. Low-rank Foer Berry, E rank, plus 250 Foer body shards. Level 10 and above, 10/day. Level 9 and below, 1/day. Production cost, 1 o'clock a.m. and AE. Gestation time, 100 days. Low-rank Mana Berry, E rank, plus 250 Ether Mana Shards. Level 10 and above, 10/day. Level 9 and below, 1/day. Production cost, 1 o'clock a.m. and AE. Gestation time, 100 days. Low-rank Energy Berry, E rank plus 250 Anima Energy Shards. Level 10 and above, 10/day. Level 9 and below, 1/day. Production cost, 1 o'clock a.m. and AE. Gestation time, 100 days. Low-rank Breakthrough Berry, E plus rank, plus 1 sub-tier. Max E rank. Any creature can ingest one every 10 years. Can ingest higher-ranked breakthrough berries with a 1-month cooldown. Production cost, 15,000 AM and AE. Gestation time, 600 days. Low-rank Resonant Berry, E plus rank, plus 1% Ether Resonance. 5 max production cost, 15 o'clock AM and AE. Gestation time, 150 days. Low-rank Refinement Berry, E plus rank, plus 1% Foer Refinement. 5 max production cost, 15 o'clock AM and AE. Gestation time, 150 days. Low-rank Affinity Berry, E plus rank, plus 1% Energy Affinity. 5 max production cost, 15 o'clock AM and AE. Gestation time, 150 days. Low-rank Palace Berry, E plus rank, plus 1% Mind Palace. 5 max production cost, 15 o'clock AM and AE. Gestation time, 150 days. Not only did she unlock 4 new berries, but all her previous berries evolved and became stronger. Oh, I remember reading that my berries would become better as the skill tier increased. So, this is what they meant, big qualitative change. She couldn't help but be delighted. However, the change she loved the most was that her breakthrough berry could now be used on floor. Also, the one I'm growing didn't repent. Giving it a look, Lucu saw that it had changed aura-wise. Huh, it wasn't just that one berry. All the fruits of her branches had evolved with her level up, ripening as well. Oh, Floor can get stronger. The new berries she unlocked were something Lucu was delighted to see. Now, she needed to use her usual calculations to see how many she could grow while funneling energy to accelerate their growth. After all, it was just 10% of the initial cost to give them 50 days of growth. So, if she divided the days and took into account the amount of growth needed, she could calculate the net spending of each of the berries. So, if I did the calculations right, I have experience berries and recovery berries costing 120 ether mana shards and anima energy shards. Then, the breakthrough berry would cost me a total of 31,000 ether mana and anima energy. Finally, the new berries would cost 1,950 each. Lucu was thoughtful. Then, the days needed to grow them are 2 days for the first kind, 12 days for the breakthrough berries, and 3 days for the new berries. Dividing them by the days they take, I can calculate how much daily energy spending I need for them. Right? Lucu did the calculations in an efficient and swift manner, showing incredible number control. My common berries cost 60/day, the new berries cost 650/day, and the breakthrough berry cost 2583.3/day for each I grow. Finally, the world tree calculated how much ether mana she could produce daily. I can produce 261 an hour, which makes for a total of 6,264 ether mana shards a day. Her mind spun with many combinations of growth, something she didn't do in the past. So, doing the math, if I grow one breakthrough berry and one of each of the new berries at the same time, I have around 1,080 ether mana shards left. Lucu couldn't help but think that it was a nice chunk. How much does maintaining my enchanted growth cost me? Releasing her aura, the world tree used her sharp senses to calculate how much she needed. Around 400 ether mana shards? Lucu's senses tried to pick up every single sensation while calculating and specifying the number more. No, it's closer to 350, between 340 and 380, actually. Finally, she reached a conclusion. So, I have around 700 ether mana left. That is enough for 3 berries for all 4 common berries. Lucu got excited and smiled. So, I can constantly produce 3 delicious berry, 3 foer berry, 3 mana berry, 3 energy berry, 1 breakthrough berry, 1 resonant berry, 1 refinement berry, 1 affinity berry, and 1 palace berry. Lucu giggled. Nice. Also, if I calculate the yield for every 12 days, I earn. Oh, not bad at all. 18 delicious berry, 18 foer berry, 18 mana berry, 18 energy berry, 1 breakthrough berry, 4 resonant berry, 4 refinement berry, 4 affinity berry, and 4 palace berry. Moreover, all of them are the low-level kind. Lucu's branches gently danced in happiness. I can produce all my berries and keep up with the enchanted growth. I am a fruitful tree. Everyone will like me more because I give them fruits, and they will be happy. With those thoughts sorted out, she finally decided to open her world tree eye to see her surroundings and her own body's growth. While with her tree vision, she could more or less tell her height for non-energy dependent details like height, color, etc. The world tree eye was much better. Her soul and mind started processing all the information, and soon, a 360-degree vision of her surroundings appeared in her mind. The sight that would make a human feel dizzy was comfortable for Lucu, who had only seen in this manner since birth. The first thing she did was look at herself. Big. Her height from the surface to the top of her canopy had been constantly developing, currently reaching around 12 meters in height. Moreover, she could distinguish a slightly clearer female shape in her own trunk. I'm getting prettier and bigger. Naturally, as a tree, big was everything. So, her growth was not only in height, but in thickness as well. The world tree was slowly blooming into a curvaceous beauty. Lucu looked at her dropping branches, characteristic of her willow tree characteristics, and saw that there were no fruits on them. Huh, did they all get harvested? Before her level up, since the berries she was growing were so cheap to produce, the number of them was much higher than what she could do now. However, thinking of how her body grew with plenty of energy, it was only right for the berries hanging on her branches to feed on that energy and mature as well. Then, the breakthrough berry should have been taken by Flor, right? Without any hesitation whatsoever, her aura firmly locked on the Rose Fairy Queen, and she started her usual barrage of annoyingly adorable messages. Flor, 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 Flor. The Rose Fairy Queen had noticed the increasing activity of the World Tree, so she expected that she would wake up soon. Moreover, knowing the little one, this outcome was more than expected. The Rose Fairy Queen, like an accustomed mother to her child's whinings, calmly woke up and stretched, flying toward the larger tree. I'm here. You can stop calling me Lucu. Lucu giggled. Good morning, Flor. Flor looked at the very high sun up in the sky and commented, a bit late for a good morning, but, well, good morning to you, too, Lucu. She smiled and sat on one of her branches. How was this time's level up? Did making the whole town give any extra rewards? Lucu's trunk and branches felt as if they were lighting up with excitement as she started rambling. Of course. Listen. First, there were so many rewards that I got overwhelmed. I couldn't even think properly before I got knocked out by the energies and needed to focus on growing. Then you see, thanks to completing the quest pre-level 5, I received powerful things. And Flor listened silently and attentively, answering to all her gain with different reactions. The World Tree deviated in her speech and went through many branches, explaining how she felt during all that time, what her new stats were, and much more. The Rose Fairy Queen was surprised to learn about her meeting with the Machinids and about that thing she got. An unidentifiable item called Shattered Core? I wonder what that is. Finally, Lucu started explaining the effects of her new berries in detail, and as Flor listened, her heart thumped and her eyes widened. Wait, Lucu slowed down. Flor blurted words she never thought she would say. Usually, she was tempted to ask Lucu to speak quickly, but this time, she was having a hard time digesting the new information. The World Tree, unaware that the Rose Fairy Queen's mind was going through a tremendous shock, asked with genuine wonderment. What's wrong? Did you become stupider, Flor? I'm not saying complicated things, right? Flor's eyebrow twitched, and she retorted sharply. Who are you calling stupid? For your knowledge, I'm getting cleverer. Lucu giggled and teased. I don't believe you. If you were cleverer, you would have understood my words. Ha ha ha. Flor is getting sillier. The Rose Fairy Queen sighed helplessly, knowing that the last sentence was just banter. However, remembering what she just heard, she wanted to confirm. So, are you telling me that after nature's gift ranked up, all the berries ranked up with it? Lucu laughed. Yep. I'm awesome, right? My fruits are the best in the world. Flor patted the trunk, and her mind began spinning. She can evolve those fruits. She was in disbelief. While Flor knew that Lucu would develop new fruits, she always expected the ones she had been producing to remain as they were. Moreover, you said that the ones that we last harvested were the improved version. Lucu agreed with her again. That's right. Don't you read the descriptions when you harvest them? TSK. So careless. Flor rolled her eyes and looked at Lucu with a smile, while giving chops with her hand to the tree's trunk. Stop being so mischievous, little one. I'm genuinely surprised. So can you answer me normally? Lucu heard her serious tone, so she cheerfully agreed. Okay. I will answer seriously. Flor first went to the vault and asked Lucu to open it. The Rose Fairy Queen noticed that the shape of the door had become slightly more complex. Moreover, the door was not just a loose rock that Lucu needed a lift. It was now completely assimilated with the roots, and when Lucu opened it, they would gently curl on crevices done for them, creating a wild and nature-like design. It looks quite nice. Flor then went down the passage leading into the vault and noticed the walls having become much more polished while a neat stairway covered the previous slope leading into it. Once inside, her eyes couldn't help but widen at the upgraded, lignified vault. The space had increased enough that the previously cramped vault now felt empty. Moreover, there were new features. It seems that as Lucu remodeled it, she took into account our recommendations. One of the corners was transformed into a space where Lucu could leave items for Floor and the rest to know what she needed. Even if she didn't have an item sample, the wall was similarly transformed into one filled with roots that could shift around to create words and symbols, similar to a screen, but made of roots. The world tree also created a space on the other side to sort out her currency. When she approached, she realized that there was much more than before. Lucu, when did you get so much Silvanium and similar materials? Floor heard Lucu's gentle and ethereal but young voice. The quest rewarded me quite a few. Moreover, I have a few branches that produce them as well. I can produce Silvanium, Cognium, and Celestium, one a day. Floor asked to make sure. Silvanium, shards, right? Lucu's puzzled voice echoed in her mind. What else? Floor sighed in relief. If the world tree told her that she could produce one Silvanium ore a day, her little heart might not be able to take it. One shard a day was already crazy enough. One ore, which had the value of 100 shards. She wouldn't know what to do with such riches. From what she had been lately learning from Verdantia, an income of one Silvanium shard a day was enough to compare with a prosperous town. She is really a big and cute treasure trove, isn't she? Floor laughed as she looked at the abundant shards. Placing those thoughts aside, she went around and searched for the breakthrough berry Lucu talked about. After a few moments, she saw a root moving and coiling around one item, lifting it into the air. The appetizing and nice-smelling berry came into sight, making Floor gulp. Wow, I've never felt this greedy for something in my life. If it weren't because I know it is Lucu's, I might have tried to snatch it away. Read the description, Floor. Floor did so, and her mouth opened. What? Floor's mind became chaotic. She had tried really hard not to freak out as explosive news arrived one after another. However, when she read the description of this berry, she felt her world being flipped around. Then, words she actually didn't expect to ever hear got Floor thunderstruck on the spot. Now eat it. A stupid sound escaped Floor's mouth as the world tree said something Floor thought was outrageous. Seeing Floor so surprised tickled something inside Lucu. While she trusted Floor, she didn't doubt that the rose fairies were with her because of mutual benefits. This was not something Lucu minded. As a world tree, she understood clearly by instinct that creatures that thrived without symbiotic relationships were rare. However, Floor's genuine surprise was welcomed because, even though Floor might have her reasons, at least it wasn't greed for her treasures that kept her by her side. Lucu spoke, her tone accompanied by a giggle. Of course, who else is going to eat it otherwise? Floor spoke seriously. You can feed it to a young one so that they become accustomed to their tier when they are young. Or, better, we can ask the caravan to get something for you in exchange. I can bet that there are powerful treasures out there that people would exchange for one of those fruits. Lucu giggled. Floor, I can grow one of those fruits every 12 days. Lucu continued, not taking in the pure disbelief that appeared on Floor's face. Not to mention, I can yield a lot more fruits that are really interesting very quickly as well. I can produce the stronger, delicious berry every 2 days as well. And Floor listened to how many fruits Lucu could currently produce, and she looked at the empty space, not knowing what to do. Briefly, the thought that Lucu might be lying crossed her mind. However, that thought was instantly cast aside by her. Lucu lying? Impossible. I would first believe that Lucu gained the ability to fly as a tree than her lying to me. Floor passed her hand through her hair with a sigh. Now what? Can we really give the upgraded merchandise to the caravan? She flew around the vault and went to the stacks of berries they had from harvesting Lucu's fruits for nearly 1 year. Because the previous ones were so cheap to make and they had been using them sparingly, they had a relatively large stack of them. Speaking of which, how time flies. A year is soon going to pass since I got to know her. Floor looked at her hand, and while the skin remained healthy and supple, she could clearly start to see signs of aging. Is it really okay for me to eat that fruit? Fleur knew that her potential was consumed. While the title of the Rose Fairy Queen had increased her stats, lifespan, and general potential, it was not by much, mainly because rose fairies, as a race, were very common and weak. A normal rose fairy of the F+ rank had around 50 years of lifespan. Fleur was already in her late 30s, making her quite an elderly creature. Thanks to the new tier-up she experienced because she discovered Lucu's nature as a world tree, she gained around 5 to 10 years of lifespan. Even then, she had, at most, 20 years to live. With another sub-tier increase, I might gain another year or two, and even if I manage to level up 10 times, that's just another year of lifespan. I would continue to live on the edge of my life, sucking Lucu's most valuable resources just to stay alive instead of sharing them with young ones that could eventually grow into true powerhouses. Fleur looked at the berry that her cute little one had given her for a long time. It was enough time for Lucu to become confused. "What's wrong, Fleur?" The Rose Fairy Queen opened and closed her mouth a few times, not knowing how to explain it. As a creature of the forest, she could feel that Lucu would understand if she explained it. After all, as a world tree, her sense of the cycle of nature should be deeply ingrained in her. However, hearing how excited Lucu was when giving her this fruit, denying it now was hard. "I'm probably the closest creature to Lucu emotionally. If I reject her goodwill toward me, will this alienate her from having interactions in the future?" In truth, while Fleur didn't mind if Lucu became a full-fledged world tree, deep inside her, she wanted Lucu not to be so indifferent towards everything around her. Fleur understood. She really did. For a world tree, everything that happens around them matters, not as long as they are not negatively affected. However, deep inside, she felt that Lucu was not as indifferent as other world trees. For example, when fighting against the beast tide, what did Lucu do? Instead of killing all creatures that attacked her, she used her own body as a resource to help lighten the burden of the rose fairies and fire ants. When Fleur looked over and saw Lucu's branches swinging wildly around her, but aiming at the creatures attacking others instead of eliminating those gnawing at her trunk, a sense of protective feelings were aroused in her. This is why, unlike Lucu, Fleur's first action when returning from killing her opponent was to slaughter all beings attacking Lucu. "Fleur!" Snapping out of her thoughts, Fleur looked around and then refocused on the berry. "Sorry, Lucu, I was distracted." Lucu laughed and joked. "Is age already affecting you, Fleur?" "Ha ha ha." Fleur smiled, a bit melancholic, and spoke. "Perhaps. I'm getting old, after all." Lucu paused and looked at Fleur. For other creatures, it might not be as noticeable as Fleur's appearance was youthful. However, as a creature who could see the life signals, she could tell the difference between a young rose fairy and an aging one. Fleur's words somewhat made Lucu realize something. Right, Fleur and the rest have short lifespans. Lucu, unless she was killed, was going to live for a very long time. In the end, Fleur decided to accept the fruit. "Well, I'll take it. Thank you, Lucu." Lucu didn't answer as her thoughts flew around. Fleur was accustomed to Lucu getting lost in thought, so she didn't find it strange and found a clean and spacious place to start eating the fruit. Unlike in previous times, the aura change was not that significant since she went from E tier to E tier. Of course, her stats made a significant leap, becoming an average of 20% higher. Her ether stat even reached 123 points before any buffs were applied to her. After Fleur felt the changes going on in her body, she was surprised once again. "It's just a small realm, but I'm this much stronger, huh?" No wonder rose fairies, as F rank, never managed to thrive. She then thought about how to use Lucu's fruits. We should give young fairies it when they are babies and again at 10 years old. That way, by their 20s, even if they were in the F rank, they would be able to reach the E rank. Of course, I can't give it to every rose fairy. As we grow, guiding everyone will be increasingly challenging, so some rotten seeds might appear between us. That's something Cinderelle and Verdantia warned me about. She remembered Ignatia's scoff at that time, and thinking about how the ants worked, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, They all follow the queen's order, and if someone doesn't, they are cleaned up. I guess that for ants, having a good queen is the most important thing. Lucu's enchanting voice reached her right after she teared up, which took no longer than a few minutes. How are you feeling? Floor smiled. Much stronger. Thank you, Lucu. To think that such miraculous fruits exist, haha. Lucu bragged proudly. I'm just getting started. We'll see what I will be able to produce in a few years. Floor didn't doubt it, and answered while flying out of the vault. I'm sure you will be considered the most valuable in the entire forest. Lucu giggled, her melodic laugh cleansing Floor's mind of almost all negative thoughts. Her voice is so calming, so beautiful. When hearing Lucu's laugh, Floor experienced a soul-cleansing sensation of peace and tranquility similar to the singing of birds, the flow of water, and the rustling of leaves. Renewed by Lucu's laugh, Floor smiled again and flew up to one of her branches. She didn't say anything else and just enjoyed the view. Inside the circle created by the mother of thousand-flower field, there was nothing but a relatively empty place. A part of it was filled with farmland, such as the rose fairy garden, where young rose fairies grew, and the basic farmland was also created to grow edible vegetables. Then, outside the ring of flowers, all the structures were neatly organized. Floor had asked in the past why she left the inner space free of any large structure, and the answer was so logical that Floor wondered why she asked at first. Lucu said at that time, if I place structures inside, how can Mother of Thousand Flower Field defend me? The reason was simple yet powerful enough to make Floor laugh and agree. As she enjoyed the view, she realized that one of the Silvens was approaching while looking around, clearly trying to do so sneakily. Because Floor was in the canopy, a place with dense leaves, she was not easily noticeable from the ground. Instead of interrupting, she decided not to intervene and observe while being hidden. The Silven who approached was Cinderelle. She got close and smiled at Lucu. How was the level up, Lucu? I can see that you've grown much taller. Lucu answered with a proud and cheerful tone. I managed to grow 2 whole meters in 1 month. That's a lot, in case you didn't know. Cinderelle was slightly surprised at the young tone in the world tree's voice. While the voice was not that of a child, as the tone was gentle and nature-like, it was easy to distinguish the very slightly childish tone in the ethereal voice of the world tree. You are really talented, Lucu. I'm glad you could grow a lot. Lucu asked, curious. You've seen that other world tree, right? How big is she? Cinderelle paused and smiled. Well, they're much older, so they're bigger than you. Lucu asked, puzzled. You don't know. Cinderelle blinked a few times. Huh? Why do you think that? Lucu cleverly answered. Well, you just avoided my question. Floor's mouth arched in a smirk. If you think that her being a young world tree makes her easily deluded like young humans or Silvens, you will learn soon that you are the naive one. She could listen to the conversation because Lucu was speaking aloud by transmitting her voice to her near surroundings. Cinderelle's orange eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on her lips. Well, I can't tell exactly, but they are hundreds of meters high. They don't reach 1,000, though. Lucu asked, stuttering. Hundreds? So, more than 10 times bigger than me. Cinderelle nodded in agreement. That's right. What afraid? Lucu was sincere and nodded. Of course. I will be crushed like a little twig if she discovers me. In what direction is that big thing? Cinderelle took out a device that was similar to a compass and pointed to the west. In that direction, a bit more than 100 kilometers away. Lucu relaxed. She is so far away. Cinderelle nodded. She really is. Cinderelle looked at the tall tree, her eyes filled with profound and hidden emotions. How do I get closer to her? While Lucu thought about Fortuna's world tree, she heard Cinderelle ask, Say, Tiantian, did you read the books I shared with Floor? Lucu answered with a cheerful tone. I ate them. Cinderelle's mouth twitched. Right, I forgot she eats books. She smiled, not knowing how else to react. I see. So did taste good? Puzzled, Lucu asked. How can books have a flavor? The earth and sun have taste, but not books. You didn't know this? The Silven looked at the world tree, feeling like everything she asked about had been wrong until now. In Lucu's canopy, Flor was trying her best not to burst into maniacal laughter at how badly Cinderelle was fumbling her conversation with Lucu. This is too funny, ha 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 ha. Cinderelle felt that if she continued trying to make small talk, she would probably fail to advance the relationship. However, after thinking for a few moments, she actually didn't change her methods. A smile appeared on her lips. Well, I will take this chance to learn about her. Go slowly, get to know her, understand how she thinks, what she likes, what she dislikes. Even if I fumble my questions, does it matter? I will eventually know and understand her. Cinderelle laughed. Well, I didn't know about the sun having a flavor. How does it taste, Tiantian? Lucu focused on her leaves, which were gently absorbing the sun's nutrients, and answered slowly. The flavor is strong. It gives me energy and makes me feel comfortable. Why don't regulate my intake? Sometimes I feel sleepy as well, haha. The fire Silven approached and lit up a flame on her palm, approaching with it one of the branches that dropped low enough for her to reach. With Lucu's willow-like shape, plenty of her branches reached low enough for her action not to feel uncomfortable. How about my flames, Tiantian? Do they feel like the sun? Lucu was at first surprised when seeing fire. As a tree, her first instinctive reaction was to avoid it. However, these thoughts only lasted for a moment. It doesn't burn. Cinderelle saw everything with a deep smile in her eyes. At first, seeing the branches part away in fear made her heart hurt a bit. Still, when the branches moved back slowly and approached very carefully, her eyes shone with happiness. Like a gentle flame that grew by the second, her orange eyes looked at Lucu deeper the more she interacted with the fire she summoned. Seeing the branches curiously move inside her own fire gave the Silven a satisfaction like no other. Lucu was curious, so she couldn't help but play around with a gaze filled with interest. Wow, your fire doesn't burn, why? It's warm and comfortable. Cinderelle laughed. Perhaps it is because our affinity with each other is good. Lucu was doubtful. Really? Does affinity matter with fire? I thought always burnt. Cinderelle leaned on Lucu's trunk, slowly releasing her own flowery scent and aura. Well, Cinderelle smiled. You are right. My fire is a bit special. That's it. It doesn't use organic materials as fuel, so unless I want it to, I can avoid burning any organic matter. Of course, I can also create a normally burning fire. Lucu's voice sounded pouty. You lied to me. Cinderelle shook her head. I didn't Tiantian. Can't you really feel it? For example, right now, how do you feel with me around? Lucu remained silent. She understood a bit why Cinderelle released her scent and aura. Because of the book she read on Silven's behavior, she knew that these actions were done when a Silven was interested in another creature. Of course, for Lucu, the concept of being interested was foreign. Interested in what? Forming a pair? The book said something about finding a life partner, but the world tree felt confused. What is a life partner? Someone who will be with you forever? Someone who supports you? The book said that some Silven could become a world tree's partner. But how does that work? As it was a book about biology and history of the Silven race, it didn't really delve deeply into anything further than a few biological parts and what types of companions they search for. Cinderelle did it on purpose. While she didn't mind teaching everything to the world tree, at that time, she understood that Lucu was still relatively young. She herself was 19 years old, and Lucu was just level 4 at that time. Inside her, the desire to imprint her existence in Lucu's deepest parts burned strongly. Yet, there was a barrier called love that made her desire the best for the world tree, which impeded her from becoming an actual predator and rushing things as fast as possible. Verdanche's appearance made her feel rushed. That was a fact. Still, she understood that with Lucu's being as it was, possessing the entire world tree was almost impossible. Now, did she want to share Lucu's affection with other Silvens? The answer was no. She didn't want that. Not only did she not want it, but the thought of it made her uncomfortable. Nevertheless, looking at how things were developing, her mind had started recreating many situations. Her many thoughts ended in a very undesirable situation. What if I am not the chosen one? Imagining a situation in which the beautiful world tree she was leaning on stopped paying attention to her, separated from her life, was hard enough to make her stomach churn and her legs weaken. Is there really no other option? Sharing or not getting it? Cinderelle's orange eyes darkened and became muddy. There is another option. Her thoughts veered in a dangerous direction, but she regained light in her eyes quickly. But that option is really not possible. Cinderelle, you asked how I feel around you, but I don't know how to answer. Cinderelle's mind refocused on the beautiful and ethereal youthful voice. I don't understand what partnership is, at least as you want it. Does it mean we get to be together forever? Why is it different from friendship or my relationship with Fleur? Cinderelle looked up to the lush canopy and saw gorgeous rays of light piercing through the leaves and creating an enchanting view. Tiantian, don't worry about that for now. You are young. Cinderelle smiled and gave up for now. Grow slowly. Focus on the challenges ahead of you. Develop your mind, your thoughts, your knowledge, and when you understand it, answer us. Cinderelle spoke. Her voice was relaxed and peaceful, accompanied by the rustling sounds of leaves when caressed by the soft forest gales. Just know that I am yours. No one else's. Just yours until I give my last breath. Lucu focused on Cinderelle's face, and she couldn't help but find her beautiful. The smile, so free of worries, was attractive to an extent. She felt compelled to ask from deep within, eager to solve the confusing feelings inside her core. Mine? Why are you mine? Cinderelle hummed and laughed. Who knows? Does it even matter? I'm yours, Tiantian. Nothing more, nothing less. Just yours. The world tree stayed silent, and Fleur, who was lying down and looking at the sky, also didn't say anything. The Rose Fairy Queen had a calm facial expression, and her red eyes looked peaceful and somewhat glad. Are they obsessed? They are, but I feel that their obsession is selfless. It's not a selfish desire of possession, but a selfless wish to be with Lucu and deepen their relationship. Fleur knew that such deep, loving feelings could warp. Ignatia has taught her a lot about humans, Silvens, and the deep emotional intelligence of the so-called intelligent races. Sometimes, their emotions were so strong that rationale was set aside or considered as less important. In a way, for intelligent races, their deep and complex emotional intelligence was a blessing and a curse, a driving force that often could swallow all they built for something that, from an outside perspective, would seem insignificant. For example, a king goes to war because their wife was murdered. Was it logical? It was not. How many wives and husbands would die in that war because of one single person? From a rational perspective, it was nothing but madness to instigate a massacre of thousands or more because of the death of one person. Yet, for that king, his wife was probably his world, more important on an emotional level than anything else. Important enough to throw everything they've built into the trash just to avenge her. That tale felt foreign to Fleur. When Zinnia, a relatively young rose fairy whom Fleur considered almost like a daughter, died, the thought of ordering all the rose fairies to go out and slaughter all creatures, regardless of the cost, never once crossed her mind. Was she angry? She was. Was she sad? She was. But using the lives of others to avenge her was not something that would feel right to do. The reason Fleur was not against sacrifice to protect Lucu was a mix of caring about her, and Lucu being something like salvation and a lifeline for the Rose Fairy's development. In just 1 year of being around Lucu, their average tier has risen from F to F+. Their numbers were similarly increasing exponentially. And now, with the new fruits, that average would probably rise to E-, and with time, to E. Moreover, the affinity fruits would allow them to fight creatures' realms above themselves at the same level. The strength difference between an F-rank creature and an E-rank creature was abysmal. Yet in just a few years, Lucu's existence will be able to change an entire race's tier. How crazy was that? Knowing all of this, Fleur felt comfortable listening to Cinderelle's willingness to set aside her deep feelings to look over Lucu. It meant that while her emotional side was clearly irrationally obsessed, the rational side was strong enough to keep those emotions at bay. Now, the problem is, good morning. You woke up early, Miss Cinderelle. Flora's gaze moved and observed the new arrival. Will her emotional and rational balance remain untouched if another creature manages to close the gap you chose to leave open? Indriel looked over and laughed. Morning, Verdantia. How was your sleep? The life-attributed Silven observed Cinderelle's posture and closeness, her eyes flashing with many thoughts. However, she answered normally while approaching Lucu. It was the best sleep I've had in my life. The beds were all filled with a trace of lure scent. Verdantia smiled at Lucu and said, "It's a very pleasant and refreshing smell." Lucu took the compliment at face value and giggled happily. "Thanks, Verdantia." Hearing her voice, Verdantia's eyes flashed with a deep obsession for a fraction of a second, something Flor and Cinderelle noticed. "No problem, Lure. You complimented my flowers, so we are now very close friends." Lucu was puzzled and asked, "Are we? Just because I thought your flowers were pretty." Verdantia's legs faltered for a second, hearing that directly from her, but she managed not to fall as she leaned on Lucu's trunk. Of course, Flor's gaze moved from Verdanita's hand to Cinderelle's face, and she saw her orange eyes locked on the hand touching the world tree's trunk. Now the real test starts, I guess. The things you say when the competition is behind you will be different than when they are ahead of you. Cinderelle saw Verdantia and Lucu laughing and speaking fluently, and her heart felt uncomfortable. While she didn't want to impose herself on Lucu, that didn't mean she would let others do it instead. Interrupting the conversation between Verdantia and Lucu, she asked, "By the way, Lucu, what are your plans for the near future?" Lucu pondered. "Well, I need to know my surroundings a bit better before I decide. Are there any other world trees nearby that I need to know about?" Flora looked at them curiously as well. She had heard about the cities and such around, but she realized that she had forgotten to ask for information related to world trees. Verdantia and Cinderelle sat by the side of Lucu's trunk, and they spoke while leaning on her. This position was delightful for the Silvens because they could feel Lucu's powerful vitality flowing inside of her body. Remember that, unlike normal trees, a world tree's insides were much more complex. They had organ-like structures that helped them become as strong as they were and also increase their overall intelligence. That was why, when you created deep wounds on a world tree, they would not just release a bit of sap, but often the wounds could create similar images to a flesh creature being sliced deeply. There were pros and cons to this kind of constitution. The main concern was that dying of blood loss was possible, although very rare. Since, for a world tree to die of blood loss, the wound would need to be exceptionally harsh. Verdantia spoke about her surroundings since Cinderelle knew less about them. "Well, listen well, Lucu. Let's start from the west." Verdanita looked in Fortuna City's direction and spoke. "West from here, as you know, is Fortuna City. Fortuna City is a commercial hub mainly devoted to trade and culture. It has a few centuries' worth of history. One day, around 40 or so years ago, Fortuna City revealed its world tree. Naturally, other powers were not happy. Powers know that world trees don't like each other, so every time a new world tree appears in the public eye, there will be someone that will try to destroy them for sure." Flor asked, "Are there no groups that defend world trees?" Cinderelle and Verdantia jumped, startled, and looked upward. They saw Flor leaning on a branch and looking down at them, her red hair loose and falling down like a wavy curtain because of gravity. Verdantia coughed and asked, "Since when have you been there?" The corner of Flor's lips arched, but she didn't answer. Instead, she refocused on her question. "So, are there, or are there not, protection groups?" Verdantia coughed and recomposed herself. Seeing how Flor didn't say anything about her leaning on Lucu, she realized that she didn't mind, so she didn't bother moving. "Well, it's not like there aren't selfless groups that protect world trees." Flor blinked and asked, knowing something was off because of her dragged-out tone. "But Verdantia scratched her cheek. How to say it? They are too zealous and dedicated. Verdantia spoke carefully. Also, while they're selfless and protect without asking for compensation or rewards. Not all of them are like that. Some world trees they saved in the past were stamped with the evil world tree label for unknown reasons and were uprooted shortly after. Verdantia shook her head. The feeling around them is uncanny, so I don't really trust them. Mother also told me to be careful with those people. Even if it was just a passing comment, I feel like she knows something deeper. Floor hummed and asked, "Well, so, how did Fortuna's world tree survive? We can learn from that, right?" Cinderelle had learned about this at the academy in death, so she could answer as well. Fortuna world tree can be considered a relatively new one. Floor blinked. It has a few centuries behind it, right? My seniors already knew about Fortuna's world tree. Cinderelle shrugged. Well, while world trees grow exceptionally quickly, it's not like they have absolutely no bottlenecks or limits. Like all creatures, they're similarly divided by tier and race. Some are more common, and others are more special. Even if the least talented world tree can be compared to a talented Silven, and some people consider world trees the living creature closest to perfection, they still have faults like any other creature. Lucu's voice reached them with a pouting tone. Am I faulty as well? The three of them laughed and began showering her in compliments. Floor patted her branch and smiled. Of course not. Little one, you are the most talented. Verdantia hugged her trunk closely, taking advantage of the situation to exhibit the power of her womanly charms. Lure is the most beautiful world tree. No one can compare. Cinderelle also took the chance and rubbed her face on Lucu's relatively soft bark. Tiantian is super strong for her level as well. Look at what you could do during that big fight. Ayushu didn't expect the sudden pampering. While Floor's constant pats on her branches relaxed her, Verdantia's and Cinderelle's gestures flustered her and made her a bit shy. Okay, stop doing that, Verdantia, Cinderelle. It feels ticklish, and my core feels strange when you press yourself so close to me. Feeling the branches grabbing their shoulders and pulling back gently, both women's eyes flashed with success, and they allowed themselves to have their bodies pulled by the branches, showing that they were harmless to the world tree. Lucu realized their lack of resistance and felt a touch of happiness. Our world tree also liked those actions, so she said after pulling them off her body. Also, I'm just feeling a bit strange, but I don't dislike those things. So, you can do them in the future. Floor looked at Lucu with a deadpan. How was that saying? She's like a frog being boiled in hot water. My poor little one doesn't realize she is being domesticated. Cinderelle and Verdantia had to contain their grins from growing, knowing that Lucu's vision was quite all-encompassing. Lucu saw their lips twitch a few times, making her curious. Why are your lips twitching? Are you feeling bad? Floor's deadpan shifted to the girls this time. Really? Are you that happy? Sigh. Of course. She didn't say anything aloud and let everything flow naturally. Verdantia coughed. Don't worry. Anyways, let's return to speaking about how Fortuna's world tree managed to become a publicly accepted world tree. Cinderelle nodded and continued the tale. Well, if I explain all nuances, it will get too long. So, I will summarize it. Fortuna's world tree is a world tree related to destiny. Her presence increases the destiny stat of those around her. So, using her powers on those that approached made her quite a powerful influence. Cinderelle shrugged. It was powerful enough that she came under the protection of a powerful sect because of that. That's why Island Neoflora, our teacher, is there. Lucu listened and became depressed. So, if I attack that stupid tree, I will be attacked by others. Both Silven's lips twitched, not knowing how to properly answer without hurting their cute little darling's feelings. Lucu became depressed, but Floor commented, can't you just give people a better benefit so that they don't bother you? Floor asked, that world tree can increase the destiny stat, but that's it, no? Cinderelle coughed. It can produce a one-time consumption, 10 experience point fruit. It's quite important for the first level up ritual. Floor sneered. A one-time, 10 experience point fruit? Huh, useless fruit. Compared to Lucu's delicious berry, that's a common plant. Both Silven paused and got thoughtful. Cinderelle, well, she can give 3 experience per day. It is really impressive. Flora lifted an eyebrow. 3 experience points? Huh. Then, she threw one of the harvested fruits that had been upgraded by themselves with Lucu's level up. Check that one. The Silven saw that the berry had changed very slightly, looking more juicy and, overall, appetizing. Flora looked closely at their faces and saw both women getting dumbfounded. With a laugh, she asked, "What impressed? That's not even the craziest berry she can produce." Flora pointed at one beautifully green and blue flower and commented, "Analyze that one." Both Silvens gulped. They couldn't imagine anything more outrageous than the delicious berry they just saw. However, once they looked at that flower and read the description, their hearts actually jumped in fear. Low-level palace flower, an incredibly rare flower that can only grow in extreme conditions. It produces the very much sought low-level palace berry. Low-level palace berry, a powerful fruit that can increase the concentration of a creature permanently by nourishing the soul. Each one you eat increases your mental palace stat by 1% to a maximum of 5%. If the creature has yet to unlock the mental palace stat, they will do so. Verdantia raised her voice in utter stupefaction. What? Impossible. Flora smirked. How is it impossible? Ha! Her smirk widened proudly when she saw both disbelieving Silvens looking at her like a startled deer. My Lucu is not your common world tree, after all. Fufufu. Lucu giggled, feeling happy and giddy at Flora's compliment. Thanks, Dot. Verdantia's face became serious and said, Flora, never speak about this berry to anyone. Flora and Lucu paused and looked at her. The Rose Fairy Queen asked, I know it is powerful, but is it that good? Verdantia explained. Mental Palace is a stat similar to Anima Affinity, Ether Resonance, and Physique Refinement. Those 3 respectively affect Anima, Ether, and Physique, while Mental Palace affects Willpower. Flora hummed. I see. So what are these stats exactly? Verdantia clarified. To be fair, we are currently low-level creatures. Those 4 stats, Mental Palace, and the other 3, could be described like potential shackles. Flora's eyebrow raised, meaning Verdantia nodded and further detailed her explanation. For example, I have 20% Anima Affinity. On my system page, it appears like Anima Affinity 20. This doesn't mean that my Anima stat increased naturally by 20%. In truth, mine and everyone else's stats are halved from birth. One person's true strength is unshackled when those stats reach 100%. The effectiveness of someone using a skill with 99% or 100% Anima Affinity is not the difference of a single percent point. Sometimes, the strength doubles even if the numbers are not that different. Flora frowned, finding it confusing. Verdantia noticed and explained it with an example. For example, imagine earning 20 Anima per level. At level 5, I will have 100, right? Flora nodded. If I have 20% Anima Affinity, that stat goes to 120 points. So, we've done the 20% of 100 and then added it to our base value. Until here, easy, right? Flora and Lucu, who were listening, continued to agree. Verdantia said, if I have 100% Anima Affinity, at level 5, my Anima would be 200, meaning 100 plus the 100% of 100, so 200 points in total. Flora commented, yes, that's how I thought it worked. Verdantia lifted one finger. Here is the catch. When you reach 100%, you unlock something that's been limited. So while in truth, there is little change to your numbers on the system page, your ability to manipulate that energy becomes incredibly unrestrained. If before you could at 99% Anima Affinity, let's say use a soul attack with 100 range, now at 100%, that range would become 200. Flora's eyebrows jumped in surprise. That's impressive. Verdantia shook her head. The thing is, Anima Affinity, Ether Resonance, and Physique Refinement all naturally increase the more energy cycles a creature is in. So, with time, As long as someone continues to level up, they will manage to reach 100%. You should have experienced it already, right? Floor nodded. My ether resonance is 16.9%, 1.9% higher than before I was level 10. Then, she asked seriously, "What about mental palace?" Verdantia said in a severe tone, "It is impossible to increase that stat naturally. Most people have remained at 0% of that stat for their entire lives. Willpower is a raw stat that relates to your mind's strength to process and resist mental fatigue. With energy cycles, you increase that stat as well, but only the raw number. Mental palace is something you can increase by just leveling up." Floor got thoughtful and looked at Lucu's fruits. Then, she imagined people learning about it, and her heart sank. Lucu would be captured by the high-level people and be forced to produce those fruits. Lucu listened and became thoughtful. She understood most of what Verdantia explained. She also knew that some of her fruits were dangerous. For example, Verdantia was panicking over the palace berry. However, she had yet to learn of the improved details of the breakthrough berry. Intuitively, Lucu felt that this berry was much more precious and useful than palace berry. Her previous breakthrough berry was lackluster because, even if it was miraculous as it allowed tier up for F-rank creatures, the limit was F+ rank. Anything beyond that was not possible. F ranks, as the lowest rank classified by the system, were abundant but not powerful. However, now, her breakthrough fruits allowed her to transform common F-rank creatures into E-rank creatures. E-rank creatures, while they were second weakest, they didn't stand at the very bottom. The danger from rank to rank was exponentially higher. That was one of the reasons for Lucu to be so dominant where she was. The tier, calculated in the past by the system when Lucu asked about, it was somewhere between D+ and C-. This allowed her to dominate level 10 F-rank creatures at level 4. She was also a world tree, so her strength was higher than the average creature at those tiers as well. Taking the absolute advantage tiers gave, Lucu rationalized that the low-level breakthrough berry was much more important and valuable compared to palace berry and the rest. Lucu expressed her thoughts, and while Cinderelle and Verdantia got another shock, they were quick to recover and answer her. Cinderelle disagreed with Lucu's views. "Tiantian, what you said is the truth. However, you missed one very important detail. The world tree focused on Cinderelle, making the fire ether Silven squirm a bit in delight. Ahem, you missed who the berries affect. Your palace berry and the rest don't seem to have a limit to who can consume them, so it can be used by high-level masters as well." Floor and Lucu finally realized that small fact. It was indeed a very powerful, yet small detail that reversed the scales. Their conversation then started to change into what to sell and what not to sell outside. Other than that, they also asked Lucu if she needed materials so that they could buy them, and what kind of books she wanted them to bring so that she could learn about new things. Lucu looked at the town and saw that the 10 houses, inn, and town hall had a total space for nearly 300 inhabitants. The 10 houses could fit around 60 people easily, in Lucu's opinion, and the inn had enough rooms for around 180 people. The town hall was also accompanied by a residence building that could fit nearly the same amount compared to the houses. With such thoughts in mind, Lucu asked, "So when do we fill the houses?" Cinderelle and Verdantia looked at each other and commented, "What do you mean? Realistically speaking, there is barely any space for 100 people in this town. You will need to increase the number of houses by a large amount before you can start inviting other races, to be honest." Lucu was startled. "What do you mean? The inn alone can already house that many people." Cinderelle and Verdantia titled their heads while Floor didn't participate this time. She was clueless about it, after all. Verdantia asked, curious, Lucu, how many people do you think this town can hold?" "At least 300. Both Silvens were stunned. "T300? Like 300. Lucu hummed. "That's right." Cinderelle shook her head. "Lucu, sorry to tell you, but unless you want people to live like a pack of sardines, this town can hold around 100 people, then has 30 rooms. Based on design, Each room can hold an average of 2 people, with a few rooms being able to hold 3 residents and others 1. While there are 3 for families of 4, it doesn't change much. Cinderelle sighed. In total, and working at full capacity, the inn can hold around 64 people. Rounding down, that's 60 people. Lucu stuttered. That's so little. Verdantia cleared her throat, feeling a bit bad for what she was about to say. That's not all. The houses you've built have enough space for families of 4. Of course, if we imagine a perfect world, they will all be filled, and that's 40 more people. But that won't happen probably. Lucu stuttered. But I thought each house could hold 6 people. Verdantia asked, incredulous. Ow! Lucu commented. Well, there are 2 couches and 3 bedrooms. 6 people if we count one of them as the parents' bedroom. I even made sure the couches were comfortable to sleep on. Verdantia looked at the world tree and sighed with a smile. It doesn't work like that, Lucu. Couches are usually used for close guests. Moreover, most people will want to leave one of the bedrooms for visitors. So, in truth, a family of 3 is much more likely to live in that house. Lucu became upset. So greedy for space. Why do each of you people who don't even have roots need so much space? The 3 of them looked speechlessly at the world tree that was trying to swallow her surroundings into her domain, literally. But, after thinking about it, none of them decided to retort. Lucu asked, frustrated. Then, what about the town hall? That building has living rooms as well. Cinderelle coughed. Well, those will probably not even be used as residencies. They are more for diplomatic guests or other similar people. At most, 10 permanent residents might live there. But most of the time, those rooms will be empty. So yeah, around 100 people is what you get with what you've built. The 3 of them looked at the silent world tree with sympathetic eyes. Verdantia patted the trunk of the tree and said slowly, Don't be upset, Lura. Lucu answered, I am upset. The 3 of them felt like someone had punched their hearts when they heard her sad and dispirited tone. Cinderelle looked at Verdantia and spoke. Lucu, how about we ask Verdantia to help you build? She is really good at controlling living beings. We can expand this town so that it can hold 500 people. Lucu looked at the plenty of free space inside her walls, but she felt like sulking today. I don't want that. Go away. Flora looked at the Silvens and shooed them away. Go. Come back tomorrow or in a week, preferably when she has stopped sulking. The Silvens were nervous, not knowing what to do. Hearing Flora, they became even more flustered. Still, knowing that they really couldn't do anything, they left a few words before leaving. Lucu, don't worry so much, okay? These things take time to understand correctly. Tiantian, we can always buy more materials and expand the town. Lucu's depressed voice reached them. That's right. It is not a town. It is a village. All my efforts for nothing but 100 people. I can't even house all the rose fairies. Cinderelle's face stiffened as she received 2 pairs of murderous eyes. I messed up. The fire Silven decided that if she spoke more, she might mess things up more. So she turned around and left with Verdantia. Flora spoke when she saw that they were gone. So, why are you so upset, little one? Is it really because you can't house as many people as you thought? Lucu muttered. I miscalculated badly. I thought I had the hang of it, but I was being ridiculous. Flora smiled. As expected, it wasn't because of the town size, but because her expectations were severely incorrect. Flora soothed her. Lucu, can I say something? The world tree sent a positive energy pulse, like in the past, making the Rose Fairy Queen feel a bit nostalgic. I think that you're getting a bit arrogant, little one. Lucu was confused. Arrogant? Why? Flora hummed, putting on a thoughtful face. For example, when you made mistakes in the past, how did you react? You tried to rectify the mistake without dwelling on the failure, right? Lucu tried to remember, but it was a bit difficult to pinpoint these situations. Flora commented, Lucu, failure is the base of success. Ignatia told me in the past that unless the failure is something you can't recover from, it is not really a failure, but a learning experience. Flora laughed and teased. Is my little world tree so weak that she can't recover from being wrong on a few estimates? Lucu answered with a harumph. As if. Something like this is nothing. Floor smiled widely. Right? So, don't let this get you depressed. So what if you failed? Look at why you failed and redo it. Slowly, repeating this process, you will learn. Fail and fail and fail until you succeed. From then on, you will only succeed with very rare failures. Lucu giggled and praised. Floor, you are so clever. Floor shook her head. Me? All these words are from Ignatia. I'm just reciting what she told me from memory. Curious, the world tree asked. Were you also depressed? Floor hummed and smiled. Secret. It's all in the past, either way. Lucu humphed. Sure. Don't tell me. I won't tell you things in the future as well. Floor laughed and answered her. Okay. I'll tell you. Then, her mind went back a few weeks, and she spoke about it. Well, because my strength was getting stuck, I was a bit depressed. So, one thing led to another, and in the end, Ignatia realized. She took me to her nest, and we had a talk. Lucu asked, her voice filled with intrigue. Oh, and then, Floor smiled. Well, then, she told me a few of the things I've just shared with you. And, like you, my worries were calmed. Lucu giggled. Ignatia is so nice. Floor lifted an eyebrow and asked, do you like her? Lucu answered enthusiastically. I do. How to say it? I feel like she's always there, silently looking, very reassuring. Floor got a bit jealous and asked, what about me? Lucu laughed. I don't know. Floor smirked. Oh, you're teasing me now. With another laugh, Lucu's branches swayed in glee. I am. What can you do about it? Floor's red eyes softened, looking tender and loving. Nothing, it seems. Sigh, such a mischievous little one. Lucu and Floor laughed and continued their conversation for a while. You've heard me. Do I really need to repeat myself? A man looked at his partner with a dead serious face after revealing a shocking finding. His partner spoke with a disbelieving voice. But that place is so low-leveled. How can it be possible? It's just the golden sap forest. The first man snorted. So what? It's not like a place stays at the same level forever. If an anomaly appears, it is not impossible to become much more advanced. The other rolled his eyes, as if that's not the exception in the exception. How can an environment grow when everyone is at a low level? They can't really get enough experience points from killing other creatures. It's like saying that a level 50 will level up in a level 10 area without an energy gathering system. The first person sighed. It's not the same. Don't spout nonsense. Anyway, listen here. We need to tell the others and investigate. I really think that what happened was because of that. Moreover, with our levels, do we have anything to fear in there? In the worst-case scenario, we just lose a few days and make a small profit by killing a few first-cycle creatures. Hey, are we going to upset the environmental balance by killing those first-cycle creatures? The second man frowned and commented, if those people learn about it, we're going to have big trouble. The first man leaned on his chair and sighed. We are part of the Void Witherwood Exarch's power, a place that's feared in every forest around here. Why do we need to be so careful? Disdain toward this arrogant person filled him when he heard his question. Why do we need to be careful? Well, listen, asshole. We are feared because some of the top families don't involve themselves with us as they take our actions as part of a natural cycle. Do you think that if the life fruit, Neoflora, or even the Sentry family hears about us upsetting an entire forest environment, we won't be uprooted like little bad weeds growing at the side of their house? The arrogant man's face stiffened, and he frowned. I mean, they can't really move as they please, right? The second one laughed derisively. You want to risk it? Really? I heard that the life fruit woman keeps man-eating plants as pets and goes hunting humans to feed them. Not to mention, the Sentry family can probably just make a pretty concert in front of our sect and kill us all. I'm sorry, but if you intend to upset the environmental balance without a proper reason, you can go alone. When he saw that he was about to stand up, he extended his hand and grabbed his arm. Wait, why are you so hasty? Let's speak about it. Meanwhile, in the Azure Bell Heather sect, a few tens of kilometers away from Fortuna City, a handsome man was elegantly sitting in a lavish room, holding a cup with processed sap that had a gentle, inebriating taste. So, how did it go, Theodore? It's been a few months since then, but I have no answers from you or that pretty and fiery Silven. Theodore stood in front of him, his face clearly swollen with red marks. I told you that I don't know anything about her. Cinderelle has lately disappeared and is going to investigate the forest. I can't follow her inside alone. I am too weak to follow a Silven into the forest. The handsome man smiled refreshingly. Well, you being too weak is the truth. However, that's why I chose you. After all, if I send a high-level person, she will be on guard. Moreover, you were supposed to be her friend, but lately, it doesn't seem like that. Theodore didn't say anything as his tongue rolled in his mouth, tasting the iron in his blood. Oh, did I hit you too harshly? Sorry. I guess my strength is a bit higher than yours, and I couldn't control myself, haha. The handsome man didn't lose his smile as he asked. I mean, you confessed to that Silven and got rejected. You confessed to a Silven I got interested in while knowing I was interested in her. You being hit by me is not a strange outcome, is it? Theodore wanted to sneer, but looked to the right of the man, and the towering bodyguard made him stay silent. Tell me what you want, Eldrick Stormrider. Someone of your status should not abuse little people like me. It's below you, right? Eldrick acted surprised. Small people? You? From the Ironheart family? First time I heard about it. Then he laughed, his eyes shining with hidden yet sharp emotions. How could any human family compare to a Silven family? We are the same humans in a beautiful world. Aren't we all? Theodore didn't answer, but cursed in his mind. Psychopath. Eldrick sighed. Well, since you can't call pretty Cinderelle here for a lovely chat, I guess I'll have to go personally. Eldrick smiled widely. The first time I saw her, she was really pretty. Fiery hair, orange eyes, a tall and slender build. Really exotic. I wonder if I can tame that little prideful flame and make her do my bidding. After all, she is a flame without roots. Theodore muttered. I've seen that she has been close to the life fruit, miss, lately. Eldrick blinked twice after he stood up and got thoughtful. Life fruit, Lady Verena. HM. After a few moments, he smiled. That shouldn't be a problem. Theodore was confused, but he didn't dare speak anymore, wanting nothing more than to leave this place. During the same time, a Silven with black hair and white accents rested on a comfortable chair in the principal's office of the Academy building. Her face was cold as she looked out of the window toward the towering world tree, whose canopy covered a large part of the central city. Her lips opened slowly and called it, World Tree Fortuna. Without much delay, an ethereal and profound reverberating female voice echoed in her mind. What might you want, Isla Neoflora? Isla looked at the world tree and asked, Why are you so active lately? Fortuna, the world tree, answered. Why should I tell you? Isla answered with indifference. Why shouldn't you? Am I not here to protect you? Fortuna's natural and ethereal laugh reached her. Protect me? That's interesting. The powerful Silven heard World Tree Fortuna speak. You are not here to protect me, Isla Neoflora, but to control me. Don't play human politics with me, or I'll get angry. Isla paused and asked, And what if you get angry? Fortuna sent an amused message. Who knows? I've never considered myself a world tree with patience. The black-haired Silven sneered. Ironic for a world tree that prides herself in destiny arts. I don't. Your people just forced me down this path. Otherwise, I would have been uprooted like many others. Fortuna laughed. It's amusing when I hear the drivel you spout in class about how I managed to become an independent and protected world tree. Doesn't your conscience hurt from lying? Unsurprisingly for Fortuna, Isla answered flatly. It does. I don't like it, to be honest. Fortuna knew it was the truth. Isla Neoflora was a strange creature. Strong enough to live a life without attachments as long as she was careful. Stubborn enough not to leave the power she was in out of attachment, even after a few centuries. Isla Neoflora. Yes. Lately, I feel strange. Isla blinked, surprised. You do. Fortuna's voice sounded thoughtful. Yes. I don't know what could even cause a feeling like this, but I feel restless. Fortuna laughed. Level 26 with a few centuries behind my back, and I'm still a scared little tree. Truly. Fortuna's voice was a hushed whisper, but clear enough for Isla to catch it. Annoying. Isla's eyes flashed, looking closely at the being that created a shadow on the city. World trees. Many called them blessed, but living as one is nothing but a gamble. Blessed by their ancestry, coveted for their strength, immobile, and easy to prey upon until they gained enough strength. Although Isla was at a higher level than Fortuna, she was personally not sure how a fight between them would go. She was called here to keep an eye on the world tree. But during the decades she had been here, the world trees and her own strength were getting closer. The creature she could probably defeat without problems in the past was now a difficult challenge. What will happen in 50 more years? Perhaps there is no need for such a long time for me to become weaker than her. Neoflora looked through the window at the playground in the academy. Her eyes appeared to be looking there, but they were observing further. Flat land that seems peaceful, not knowing that below them, a root net that stretches for several kilometers is laid with enough strength to rip the land apart. Fortuna spoke. Isla Neoflora. What's wrong, world tree? Fortuna asked. When will I die? Isla looked at the towering creature. Why would you ask? Fortuna laughed. I thought you might know. Do I get eliminated once I gain enough power to defend myself? What if I one day kill you? Will they leave me alone, or send someone stronger to supervise me? Isla answered flatly again. I don't know what will happen. I will be dead if you kill me. Fortuna paused. That's true, I guess. A laugh reached Isla. Ha ha ha, really? I should have not trusted. Not following my instincts as a world tree is probably the biggest mistake I've ever made. Now, who knows how it will turn out? Isla's mind flashed with many thoughts as she analytically observed it. The world tree is not stable. Should I inform the Azure Rose Confederation envoys? Her hand moved, but it stopped before she touched the pen as words from the world tree echoed in her mind. I feel restless. When will I die? I really should have not trusted. Who knows how it will turn out? Isla stood there, frozen for a long time. Her gaze moved toward the large window by her side, taking in the large city and every building ever built here. Prosperity and happiness. Her stiff lips arched in a derisive sneer. Really, hypocrites everywhere. Isla leaned back on her chair and spoke aloud. I'm also getting tired, world tree. Too many years. Too many. No answer came, but it didn't surprise Isla. How could there be an answer of consolation from a creature that's been pointed at by her weapon for years? While the world moved and the cogs of fate slowly spun, affecting everything and everyone, a small and young world tree grew inside a grove, surrounded by people, and that, with time, would be involved right in the middle of the storm. Floor sat on the lignified defensive wall, looking outside with a worried face. Lately, things have been getting increasingly dangerous. From reports of the rose fairies, fire ants, and even some of the Machinids, many more intelligent races have been spotted roaming around the golden sap forest. Moreover, strangely, they were at a relatively low level, most being between level 4 and level 7. Now, the reason for this to be worrying was that if they saw a rose fairy or any other monster, they would usually attack without asking questions. It was a natural action. Yet, the problem lay in the consequences of their actions were they to retaliate. If Floor told her people to kill them or heavily injure them, the fact that the golden sap forest was becoming more dangerous would spread. However, if they did nothing, their place would be overrun by intelligent races as a natural paradise to harvest wild plants and other materials freely. So, taking everything into account, Floor was lost and hesitating. But if I let them roam freely, won't this place be eventually uncovered? We've been protecting this area by creating clear marks of danger, but Floor showed an annoyed expression as she muttered the next words. Not all creatures that are intelligent races are, well, intelligent. A dumbass with braveness bigger than their wit might come disregarding all signals and dash. As soon as she spoke those words, a hasty rose fairy flew in her direction from the forest, making Floor's face twist with helplessness. Did I jinx it? Queen Floor, we've spotted a group of humans coming this way. Floor sighed and looked at the clear blue sky with the occasional white cloud. Really? I even purposely sparred with Ignatia around those areas to create more natural destruction. Can't you see that big monsters live around? Are you so eager to die? Floor asked, annoyed. Were there levels? The Rose Fairy felt Floor's mood and stuttered. T3 level 6S human women, 1 level 7 female bear folk, and 1 level 9 human male. The human male is leading the group. Floor looked in the direction pointed at by the Rose Fairy and sighed. What to do with these? Will they be able to see my level? Our strength difference should be big since I became E-rank. Moreover, there are no Silvens in the group, so perhaps I can intimidate them? But Furo remembered the fourth person in that group and sighed. Beast folk have really sharp instincts. Won't she piss her pants or something if I appear to be showing murdering intentions? Floor slowly stood up and asked, how far are they from Lucu's detection range? The Rose Fairy commented, they should be entering it in a few minutes. This surprised the Rose Fairy Queen. What? Are they already so close? What happened to the other scouts? The Rose Fairy shook her head. I don't know. I saw them and decided to come to inform Queen Floor right away. Floor was a bit worried and wanted to rush, but she extended her hand and patted the petite Rose Fairy's head before going. Well done. You did a great job. While Floor was small compared to human-sized creatures, she was gigantic compared to other Rose Fairies. The average Rose Fairy measured around 20 centimeters in height, yet Floor was 45 centimeters tall, more than double their average height. With such a size difference, Floor's hand could easily wrap around their entire head, making the little Rose Fairy smile happily. Thank you, Queen. Then, using her abilities, Floor rushed into the forest at incredible speed. Meanwhile, around 700 meters from Lucu's town, the group of 5 was speaking with each other silently. One of the human women spoke with a timid tone. Say, do you think this is a good idea? We saw very dangerous signs before entering here, right? I think we should leave. The female bear folk snorted. If you don't want to follow the leader, then you're welcome to leave when you please. The leader is a real male for not being intimidated and knowing that danger and reward come hand in hand. The man naturally felt his ego being satisfied and said, Don't worry. Didn't I tell you that I recently became level 9? I'm much stronger than you might think. Look, my physique stat is already in the 60s, thanks to my equipment. What kind of forest creature could even match up to that? I can probably blow away all types of forest creatures with a single punch. A human female batted her eyelashes charmingly and approached coquettishly. You are so strong, mister. Thank you for taking us on this expedition and helping us. The man saw the woman pressing her arms together and emphasizing her cleavage as she looked up at him, and he felt a rush of excitement. Of course, don't worry. We can celebrate later in my room. The woman laughed charmingly while she received 3 pairs of piercing eyes. Of course, I will always be up to celebrate with Mr. The bear folk, as direct as she could be, interrupted. If you want to mate, don't forget me. The man coughed a few times, but looking back at the tall, athletic, and big-breasted bear woman, who could probably carry him to bed like a princess, he decided not to speak. Ichem, that should not be bad. You're quite relaxed for being in a dangerous place in the forest. The 5 of them became alert and drew their weapons while the man shouted, Who's there? Does it matter? I am giving you one chance to turn around before I send you. The man frowned. Send me where? The female's voice echoed with a soft laugh. I recommend not asking about it. Now, leave or bear the consequences. The bearfolk woman frowned. Hey, are you making fun of me? The humans looked at her with a stunned look that transformed into speechlessness once they realized she was serious. Huh? Making fun of you? Why would I do something so boring? The bearfolk spoke. You are underestimating our strength too much. The humans realized that she was not referring to the bear with me, but the fact that they were being underestimated. We misunderstood. Also, what's that bear with me bullshit? That's racist. The humans felt a drop of sweat falling through their temples. Or he didn't. Also, isn't bullshit racist too? In the shadows of a tree, Floor looked at them with a face full of disbelief. What is this? They're being threatened by a hidden enemy in the heart of the forest, and they have time to joke around? Is their survival instinct that of a rock? Especially that bear woman, I've been sending hints of my murderous intent for a while, but she has yet to react. However, remembering what the Rose Fairy told her, she spoke, using her wind attribute to make her voice echo. You should have met a few creatures while entering this part of the forest. That should be enough warning. The human male spoke with actual confusion. What are you talking about? You are the first being we've encountered since entering the grove. Now show yourself, coward. Floor frowned. Were they lucky? No. Floor's eyes squinted. Something's wrong. I need to deal with these people and return quickly. You have 5 seconds to turn around and flee. Otherwise, Floor's face became ruthless. I'll kill you. She wasn't interested in killing them at first, but things had changed. If someone could come this far without being spotted, they either had outside help or something bad had happened to the beings guarding the entrance to the grove. The grove Lucu lived in was nearly 4 kilometers from side to side, filled with quite dense trees that could block view of more than 100 meters. Now, feeling an actual threat, not only the bear woman, but all 4 others became alert. The human male, feeling extreme danger, stuttered. Wait, we can talk about it, right? Why do you need a dashed? Whoosh. Boom. A massive wind crescent attack detonated where they stood, creating an explosion of dirt and blasting all 5 of them away with deep cuts around their bodies. 5 messages appeared in Floor's eyes. -641, -847, -753, -581, -912. She had controlled herself not to kill them and just try to scare them. With her current strength, Floor could have instantly killed a few of them. However, she decided to give them one last warning. This was a warning. Now leave. The 5 of them felt their hearts speeding up as adrenaline rushed through their bodies. They hadn't imagined that the creature speaking with them had such a terrifying strength, enough to blast them flying with a single attack. The human male quickly stood up and approached the girls, who were groaning in pain and on the ground, blood staining their previous pristine clothes. See, come on, stand up. We can't stay here any longer. This time, even the bear woman, who had a brave heart, knew that they'd encountered a powerful foe. She quickly recovered her bearings and grabbed one of the girls while telling the man, "Grab 2 and let's go. That thing might attack us at any moment again." The human man lifted them up onto his shoulders, and then the 5 of them fled the place. Floor looked on with cold eyes as they left and didn't bother following them. At this moment, she heard the buzzing of a rose fairy approaching. Her voice was ragged, as she was clearly tired from rushing here. "Queen Floor, where are the humans?" Floor commented while looking at her. "They left. Let's return. I need to speak with Ignatia." The rose fairy nodded with a confused expression and heard Floor speaking. "Follow them and make sure they leave the grove. If you feel any danger, return. You're a level 7 and F+ rank, so you should not have problems fleeing from anything below level 10. The rose fairy pointed at her chest, where a pretty amulet hung, and said, "I even have this from Lucu, so don't worry." Floor remembered. Right, she started creating a batch of them, right? Quickly analyzing, Floor saw their stats. Level 6 Wind Leaf Amulet, basic grade, flawless level. Plus 144 ether mana. Ether, plus 18. Windy currents, active. Used to increase movement speed by 20% for a short 2-second duration. It can be used every 10 minutes or by using 10 ether mana. Floor couldn't help but be surprised. How many of these did she make? The rose fairy smiled. 3. Moreover, she did another 3 with pure Silvanium, and they are mook better. Ah, one of them is yours, right? Floor smiled and looked at her chest. Yes. Level 6 Wind Leaf Perfected Amulet. Basic grade, flawless level. Plus 108 ether mana. Plus 108 Foer. Plus 108 anima energy. Ether, plus 18. Physique, plus 18. Anima, plus 18. Willpower, plus 18. After looking at the stats, Floor refocused on the thoughts she had just now and decided to quickly fly back and ask Cinderelle and Verdantia about their opinions together with Ignatia. Ignatia was walking back from the nesting area after placing down her daily set of eggs. Thanks to her level up to 13, she was able to lay more of them daily. My little darlings are growing in numbers. Also, thanks to Lucu, I can lay more eggs than usual. Her finger touched the glowing wooden necklace around her neck with a smile. Level 6 Vitality Ant Necklace. Basic grade, flawless level. Plus 36 Ether Mana. Plus 126 Foer. Plus 36 Anima Energy. Ether, plus 6. Physique, plus 18. Anima, plus 6. Willpower, plus 6. Foer Surge, active. You can increase the Foer efficiency used on skills for 10 minutes. Ant Vitality, passive. If you are from the ant race, your Foer regeneration is increased by 6. Notes: a necklace created from rough materials, which fulfills its purpose. It was created by World Tree Tiantian Lucu to help Ant Queen Ignatia with her daily egg-laying endeavor. While the overall quality is low, the effects are more than decent, showing thoughtfulness about the recipient in the creation. Igantia's lips arched softly when she read the note. That little world tree is really cute, isn't she? Should I find a good prey and hunt them to create yummy fertilizer as a reward? While Ignatia planned a mass murder to feed Lucu, Flor arrived. Ignatia, I need you. Ignatia's thoughts were blasted away like the wind as she looked at Flor intensely. Her lips arched, and even her insect-like compound eyes seemed to gleam with profound emotions. Oh, what do you need me for, dear Flor? Flor, completely unaware of the double meaning of her words, spoke seriously. There has been a breach through our perimeter, and neither your ants nor my fairies informed me before the intruders were too deep. I think that something is wrong. Ignatia showed an openly disappointed expression. Oh, you need me for that? Flor was dumbfounded. What are you sulking for? Ignatia walked toward her, and, with incredible familiarity, she used her arms to bury Flor's body into her ample bosom. Having been accustomed, Flor didn't dodge and allowed herself to be hugged by the Ant Queen. Ignatia looked down with a satisfied smile. Well, 3 months have gone by since then, right? Flor blinked. Well, not quite. It has been 81 days since then. Ignatia would have rolled her eyes if she could, but, having compound eyes, she just sent a complete deadpan that even Flor caught. The Rose Fairy Queen coughed, embarrassed. Sorry. Continue. Ignatia walked toward her chair, built from unknown materials by her children, and sat comfortably while caressing Flor's body. Well, whatever. You are too cute for me to reprimand. Flor muttered with reddish cheeks. I'm not cute. Ignatia smirked and didn't answer, starting to explain her thoughts with a serious expression. Listen, Flor. Since they didn't answer, I will tell you not to be optimistic. Flor's face sank, and Ignatia commented while patting her back. To be honest, I had a few scouts around the area that I didn't tell you about. Their stealth abilities are really strong, being at the E rank. So, unless a creature overwhelms them in either level or tier, they are really hard to detect. Ignatia pointed at a corner of the ceiling and smiled. Even you didn't notice her existence, although that one is a bit stronger than the rest. Flor blinked and followed Ignatia's finger. Squinting a bit, she could see a fist-sized and completely still ant that melded with the chamber's environment. The level of camouflage stunned Flor. Wow, your child is almost invisible. Ignatia felt happy when Flor complimented her children and laughed. Thank you, Flor. Let's continue the topic. Flor looked at Ignatia again, still with a large part of her body buried in Ignatia's ample chest, and asked, So, have you received any interesting information? Ignatia used 2 fingers to pat Flor's little butt. Don't be hasty. The Rose Fairy Queen blinked a few times, not expecting such action, but since she was accustomed to Ignatia's touch, she didn't find it weird. Ignatia made a secret triumphant smile and continued. As I was saying, my little ones have managed to get a few traces of people walking around the grove. Flor frowned. Why didn't you tell me? Ignatia tilted her head. Well, it's not really necessary. After all, I managed to get their identity and deduce that they are from the Cyril City. Cyril City, the one that's to the east. Ignatia nodded. You've been focused on Fortuna City, but my little cuties have been exploring the surroundings, and I learned that there are quite a few interesting places much closer than Fortuna City. Ignatia continued. Since the west is blocked by that annoying world tree that would eat our cute Lucu like a snack if given chance, I thought, why not expand on the rest of the directions before we deal with Fortuna City's world tree? The Rose Fairy Queen nodded and asked, "But what happened to the young ones that have yet to return?" Flor blinked and said softly, "I am worried." Ignacia looked at Flor and sighed softly. "Flor, I already sent my scouts, but as I said, there are traces of people moving around the forest while avoiding most of my scout surveillance. Most likely, they are first cycle creatures. So, those fairies have probably been either captured or killed." Flor opened and closed her mouth, looking a bit lost for a few seconds. She muttered, "More deaths." Flor shook her head and pushed against Ignacia's soft chest, separating. "Well, we need to get rid of these annoying bugs, then." Flor flew away while Ignacia leaned on her fist and looked at her departing back. She is a strong leader, powerful warrior, and an excellent protector, but Ignacia smiled softly. With her compassionate heart, she is really not qualified to be a queen and govern. Ignacia slowly stood up, and her throat started making clicking and screeching sound that echoed throughout the entire ant nest tunnels. "Since you made my little fairy make such a sad face, I should uproot your city, shouldn't I?" Looking at her system page and the stats she had, her lips arched. Really, the little one's berries are marvelous. After eating the breakthrough berry they gave me, I managed to reach the E rank much faster than expected, which is nice. My quest rewards will be much better now. Meanwhile, Flor returned to Lucu's side. Once she could see the world tree, she realized that Cinderelle and Verdantia were sitting by her side with smiles and speaking aloud. Seeing Flor approach, Verdantia and Cinderelle waved their hands in her direction. Flor nodded and asked, "What were you three doing?" Cinderelle grinned. "We were asking about the process of creating those items. It is fascinating to know how Lucu's way of craftsmanship and the usual way differ so much." Flor nodded. "I heard that it is quite different from Lucu before." The soothing and natural voice of the young world tree reached her. Right. Also, I make things cheaper than them." He. Flor smiled and asked, her face having relaxed a bit, "Lucu, it seems that there are intruders in the grove, and some of the rose fairies have disappeared, probably because of them. Can you help me skin the grove for other creatures? Your roots reach quite far, don't they?" Lucu hummed. "Well, my roots currently reach 220 meters. From what I heard, the grove is a few kilometers across, right? How can I reach that far?" Flor frowned and asked, "Can you communicate with the trees and ask them about it? They are not all without intelligence, right?" Lucu looked at Flor's frowning face and got thoughtful. "Well, I can give it a try, but..." The women looked at Lucu with curious eyes. "But," Lucu bluntly said, "they're all very stupid, so they might tell me something wrong." The three women's lips twitched, finding that quite plausible of an option. Even then, Flor shook her head. "It doesn't matter. If we can get a clue, all the hassle will be worth it. I really don't like being hunted in my own territory, especially by non-forest creatures." Verdantia asked, "What about the disappeared rose fairies? Are we going to try and recover them?" Flor looked at Verdantia for a few seconds, struggling with how to answer. "They are not our priority. Our objective is to find these people, or by the time we save a few, more rose fairies will disappear. Once we get them, we can start searching around for them, if they are alive." Verdantia frowned, and although she found that option logical, she couldn't help but feel that they could perhaps do a bit more. After thinking about how to help, she commented, "Flor, can I go out and try to search for clues?" The Rose Fairy Queen didn't have any problems with that and nodded. "Sure, go on." Turning toward the orange-eyed Silven, she asked, "Can you stay by Lucu's side and act as a protector? I will also be patrolling the area to search for clues." Cinderelle patted her chest. "Count on me. I'll protect her." While Verdantia felt a bit jealous of Cinderelle's duty, she understood that it was not time to be childish about these things and went her way. Of course, not before getting her daily dose of skinship. She opened her arms and closely hugged Lucu, making the world tree giggle. "Your body is so soft, Verdantia." Verdantia laughed. "Do you like it?" Lucu felt very comfortable having her trunk hugged by the life attributed Silven, so she naturally answered enthusiastically. Yes, it's very nice. Cinderelle naturally pulled them apart as she said, Verdantia, you need to go. Look, Flor is already on her way. Verdanita snorted, giving the fire Silven a side eye, but she listened. See you later, Lua. And Verdanita said flatly. See you later, Cinderelle. Cinderelle's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Hey, can you put a bit more enthusiasm into it? It feels like you're sending a rock away. Verdantia turned around and theatrically made an elegant bow, holding the sides of her dress, with her face still holding an indifferent expression. Have a fantastic day, Miss Cinderelle. Cinderelle said, dumbfounded. Can you not make fun of me with perfect etiquette? Verdantia laughed and left, making Lucu giggle. Verdantia is so fun. Cinderelle sighed and looked at the world tree. So, Tiantian, do you think you can communicate with those trees? Lucu moved a few of her roots that she moved to dodge other tree roots and sent a pulse of energy, trying to communicate. Speaking with other trees was slow since the information they could send through the roots was not fast or meant to communicate anything similar. So, Cinderelle sat there for around 2 hours before she got an answer from Lucu. This tree said it doesn't know. Cinderelle nodded and asked, What more did it say? Lucu asked, confused. What do you mean? That's all it said. Cinderelle blinked repeatedly. You spoke with it for 2 hours, and that's all it answered. Lucu looked at Cinderelle strangely. It's just 2 hours. What more do you want a stupid tree to say? Cinderelle realized that she had gotten accustomed to Lucu's speech response level, and now the rest of the tree population felt like quite a sorry bunch. So, that tree was in your vicinity, right? What about trees further away? Do you think you can communicate by using that tree as a medium to speak with trees further away? Lucu gave it some thought and found it doable. I think I can do that, but it might take a while for you. Cinderelle shrugged. The sooner you start, the sooner you will finish. Try to ask around. Okay. Flying around the grove where they lived, Flor looked around for clues and signs of the lost rose fairies or any sign of combat at all. While she understood that the possible intruders might have been high-leveled, she still believed that, since the rose fairies usually flew at a safe distance from the ground, there must have been some signs of resistance. Come on, there must be something. Flor stopped and looked at the trees, bushes, plants, and even the soil. Her eyes scanned everything in detail, but she just couldn't find any clue. I've been searching for 2 days already. How is it that I can't find anything at all? This doesn't make sense. Flor sat on a tree outside the grove. The place was not that big, so she had finished on the first day. However, the 2 rose fairies that had disappeared had not shown up, and worse, she had found nothing during her exploration. Even Ignatia, Verdantia, and Cinderelle were puzzled about this situation. Moreover, Ignatia's aunts had not disappeared at all. The only ones that went missing were the 2 fairies during the day the humans entered. Flor tilted her head. Did those humans get them? But if they did, there should have been a fight at least. When she thought of that, Flor stopped, and her mind began spinning as thoughts swirled around. Wait, those humans were very confident. Why were they that confident? Even if you trust in your strength, unless you've proven yourself before, having that kind of baseless confidence is not normal. Flor's eyebrows came together, trying to come up with something. However, she couldn't place the pieces of this puzzle together. After getting stuck for around 30 minutes, she decided that asking the rest would be better than standing here mulling over something that she clearly could not guess. As she returned, she couldn't help but hit her head. Why can't my brain do brain things during important moments? Without delay, Ignatia, Cinderelle, and Verdantia were assembled by Lucu's side. Flor commented, After looking around, I think that those humans might be the ones that were in the wrong. Ignatia asked, Those you let go? Flor nodded and explained her reasoning. However, after hearing her, the other 3 shook their heads. Verdantia spoke. Those are good clues, but instead of pointing at them, it makes them even more innocent. Flor looked at her, not understanding. Ow! Ignatia explained. The strength of the humans you scared was too low. That level 9 would not be strong enough to instantly kill or capture a rose fairy that has reached level 7 and has Lucu's amulet. Cinderelle added. On the contrary, your discoveries leave us with two options. The first option, even if it is almost impossible, those rose fairies were not happy with you and actually left on their own. Fleur wanted to refute that, but eventually she didn't say anything and kept silent for a few seconds. Okay, go on. Cinderelle nodded after Fleur gave her the go-ahead. The second option is what we first guessed is even more correct. We are being targeted by powerful explorers that are masters in stealth. Fleur sighed. Is there a third option? Cinderelle nodded and said with a frown. I remember how you told me that in the past, a group of humans came here and were defeated by you, right? It might be someone from that group who sent a search party and encountered Lucu's town because of a simple coincidence. Fleur scratched her head. Why are humans so? Verdantia smiled. Vengeful. Fleur nodded. Right, that's the word. Aren't they a warlike race that fights each other often? And then, when one of them is touched by anything that's not a human, they become like maddened beasts that would bite anything in their way. Is that even logical? Verdantia laughed. Well, most creatures that come from non-plant ancestry are like that. While plants have lived in extremely competitive environments as individuals, a tree usually can find nutrients and other survival needs from the ground, air, and sun. Meanwhile, beasts need to compete, and this competition ingrained in the genes is what pushes most animal descendants into a warlike path. Verdantia shook her head. More often than not, the reasons for a war are trivial, things that can be solved easily. Still, the objective of a war is the important part, which is often replacing and conquering. Fleur looked at Lucu and blinked. Is that why Silvens are also similar to humans? Because you are descendants of world trees who function similarly to animals. Cinderelle nodded. World trees are probably the most territorial beings in nature with an unending appetite to expand. So, probably some of those genes were inherited by Silvens. Verdantia commented. Something that I'm glad about, because without that urge to conquer and become the sovereign race, humans would have probably swallowed the entire world by now, creating a very different history and world. Cinderelle nodded. Right? Have you seen the only human cities? I visited one a few years ago, and ugh, Fleur blinked. What's wrong? Verdantia sighed. They use non-organic materials to build towns and cities, like they use rocks to build the houses. Well, a mix of them. Fleur frowned. What about the forest that occupies that land? You can't really build properly like that with all those forests, right? Cinderelle made a hand gesture. Chop, chop, chop. That's what they did in some of the cities. Clear space. Fleur blinked a few times and asked, chop down an entire expanse of forest to build rock houses? Then, how do the animals and plants in that area survive? Verdantia shrugged. They don't. That's another reason why not many Silvens get along with humans. Instead of using woodcrafting and the other tools at our disposal to create tree houses and structures, they actually chop them down and build non-organic structures, disrupting the environment. Fleur asked, stunned. And I am the one classified as a monster? Why aren't they classified as monsters? Cinderelle pointed at the place where the system window usually appears and said, System differences. Fleur crossed her arms, feeling that they deviated a lot about the topic they were discussing. However, this was interesting, and she wanted to know more. So, how are your and my systems different? Verdantia was the one to answer Fleur's doubts. Well, visually, it is not that different. However, you can't, for example, unlock the mental palace stat. Moreover, anything related to the willpower stat is also much more complicated to perform. That's why, usually, monsters are divided into spirits, elementals, and animals. Verdantia explained the difference between them next. Spirits are creatures that have anima as their main attribute. Then, the rest of their attributes are modified around that stat. That's why, when you take the breakthrough berry and your main stat increases, everything else also goes up. Fleur scratched her head in confusion. Wait, how do tiers work for you? Verdantia laughed. Don't look like that. It is not that complicated. Listen, I'll dumb it down, okay? Floor's lips twitched. Can you not phrase it like that? Verdantia rolled her eyes. Are you really double my age? Just listen. Floor raised her arms. Sure. Go ahead. Verdantia smiled. So us, intelligent creatures, have as many stats as you, monsters. However, for us, each attribute is independent and only tied to each other by level. Floor nodded and motioned her to continue. So, for example, I can have tier F plus ether, tier C physique, and, I don't know, tier B plus anima, and tier D willpower. Floor blinked. Really? That vary? Verdantia laughed. Well, the levels are usually much closer. That was an example. Then, she pointed at Floor and Ignatia. You both, however, have a tier as a creature. For example, you, Floor, are an E-rank/tier rose fairy queen. That tier refers to your strongest stat, ether. Floor nodded, understanding the explanation. Then she asked, how does Lucu's breakthrough berry affect you then? Verdantia commented, well, if you can't really control the effects, it will improve all the stat that could be affected. For example, Floor's eyebrow twitched. Another example? Verdantia laughed. Yes, examples are best to explain things in a simple manner. Or do you want me to go through the system theorems, energy science, and biological structure? Floor coughed. Please, continue with the example. With a laugh, the life Silven explained. Imagine having these ranks, F+, E-, E+, and D on the different stats. Floor nodded. Then, if I ingest Lucu's breakthrough berry, which can improve a tier up to E tier, it would affect my E- tier and F+ tier and upgrade them to E and E- respectively. Floor exclaimed, oh, I understand. With a thoughtful expression, Verdantia asked, so, do we go back to our previous conversation? Floor blinked and coughed. Where were we? Cinderelle laughed. We reached the conclusion that there has been interference from the outside. The fire Silven added. Since we know that, and they have eliminated all traces, then we just need Lucu to finish speaking with the trees around and get the information. Ignatia commented with a smile. One of my babies found a very faint trace around 2 hours ago. I've sent a few scouts there to expand on it without much results. Do you want to come and have a look? Floor's face finally brightened up when the first good news arrived. Finally, a clue. Ignatia smiled and snatched Floor into her bosom again. You're really cute, Floor. The Rose Fairy Queen blinked a few times and frowned. Hey, can you not treat me like your personal doll? I can't. The Ant Queen tried to put on a cute expression by pouting her lips, but her emotionless compound eyes made it quite difficult. Floor's eyebrow trembled, not wanting to admit that Ignatia looked somewhat cute doing that. She coughed and said, you can't. Now let me go. Ignatia's throat clicked a few times, making strange noises that no one but Lucu understood. The World Tree looked at Igantia and asked her without bothering to hide her voice from the rest. Why do you want to make Floor yours? Everyone froze, and Ignatia's antennae stiffened. I forgot the big child here can understand me. She smiled and said, trying to recover from her blunder. You misunderstood. It is a way to appreciate people in ant signals. Floor, Cinderelle, and Verdantia looked at the Ant Queen with a deadpan, having a hard time believing her. However, Lucu's next words made them doubtful. I see. I misunderstood. Then, Lucu commented, speaking of which, I finally got an answer. The girls raised their eyebrows and listened to the World Tree speak. What kind of answer? With Lucu's declaration, they all became curious and asked about it. After all, Lucu had been speaking with the trees around her for more than 2 days. Without any delays, Lucu answered. Yes, the tree that is the one around the bigger tree told me that the tree with the spread branches saw a few people with black robes roaming around and using a net to catch the small flying creatures. All of them listened and didn't know how to react. The sentence was so convoluted that they almost thought Lucu was speaking in another language. The way she referred to trees was also very subjective, making them as confused as they were in the beginning. Nevertheless, there was one thing that they could take away from her sentence. Floor muttered, So, They were captured by some kind of net. Flora scratched her head. Why capture a rose fairy? The other three got thoughtful, but knowing the biology of a rose fairy, they were a bit confused. For example, if it was a normal woman, the chances could become very dark quickly. However, for rose fairies, who were around 20 centimeters tall and lacked reproductive organs, other than forcing them to work as botanics and pollinators, there was really nothing else they could imagine. Ignatia commented, "Perhaps. Do they want to create something like a rose fairy farm?" Flora looked puzzled. "A rose fairy farm?" Ignatia nodded and titled her head. "If they capture them and take their seeds, they can grow rose fairies that know nothing and indoctrinate them to become tame creatures that listen to them and take care of gardens." Verdantia and Cinderelle frowned, but Flora blinked and asked, "So, they would give rose fairies a place to thrive, where they have no competition?" Ignatia and the other two looked at the rose fairy queen and felt that the farm thing had become 10 times more likely with her sentence. Ignatia explained patiently, "Flora, that's enslavement. This means that the rose fairies would never be allowed to grow past certain limits." The rose fairy queen was confused. "But it's not like rose fairies can grow beyond any limit. 99% of our population gets stuck at F rank level 8 or 9. We are quite literally one of the lowest-ranked creatures in the forest." Flora rationalized. "The only reason we could prosper this time around was me being lucky and breaking through." Ignatia snorted. "It was not luck. I've seen your growth closely, Flora. It was definitely not luck." Flora felt happy in her heart at Ignatia's praise, but her brain still couldn't see how being in a protected place where they could attend to plants as they pleased was bad. Verdantia rubbed her chin and commented, "What if it is forced work?" Flora tilted her head, and Verdantia commented, "Would you understand if I explain it like this? The rose fairies would be forced until exhaustion, with no chance of rest or even to get sustenance. Some of them might even die because the working environment is so exigent. And if the population grows too much, there will probably be a purge, cutting down numbers to something manageable." Flora frowned. "Why would someone do that? Isn't it better to keep the rose fairies happy so that they work better?" Verdantia smiled, knowing that Flora was finally understanding. "But working better doesn't mean working more. For example, you." Verdantia pointed at Flora and said, "You tend Lucu daily, but that takes, at most, 1 hour of your day. For the rest of the day, you do nothing. These people would not let you rest for a second. From the time you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, you would be tending to flowers." Verdantia saw Flora's face change and finished her example. "And that would be on the good days when they let you sleep. If they need more production, exhausting some rose fairies to increase the yield by a few percentages would not be out of the question." Flora asked, doubtful, "Is there really a race that would do something like that?" The life Silven looked at Lucu and asked, "Were those people humans?" Lucu answered, "Yes, they were all humans." Verdantia shrugged. "There you go. That's a race that has done worse to their own kind, not to mention others." Cinderelle coughed. "Verdantia, you are being too partial this time." Verdantia frowned. "How so?" Cinderelle pointed out. "Which successful society doesn't make use of farms to plant and grow creatures they consider inferior?" The fire Silven pointed at the farm by Lucu's side. "Even world trees create vegetable farms where they grow the flora that we consider too inferior to care about their feelings and then eat on a daily basis." Verdantia blinked and defended her argument. "However, you are missing out on the fact that rose fairies are not stupid and can perfectly socialize and share thoughts with us, intelligent races." Cinderelle shrugged. But, speaking objectively, she looked at Flora and Ignatia and said, "Sorry for this." Then she looked back at Verdantia. "As I was saying, speaking objectively, rose fairies are monsters grouped together in the same group as other animals like farm animals are. For the general populace, they and a mindless cow in a barn don't differ too much. And I'm speaking with Silvens included." Verdantia shook her head. "I disagree. Rose fairies have shown the ability to empathize dashed." Cinderelle cut her off. "Haven't farm animals done that too?" Both Silvens began throwing arguments back and forth, not reaching a real conclusion. Ignatia interrupted. Regardless of what's the point, it is the truth that those rose fairies would be happier living here, isn't it? Flor nodded, and Ignatia smiled. Then, what other reason do you need to save them than this? The Silvens paused and looked at Ignatia for a few seconds. Then, they stayed silent. In their opinion, that sentence was more than enough. And they were right, as Flor's eyes became determined. Okay, we'll save them. Then, she looked around and commented. Still, while our defensive powers are impressive for our level, we become extremely weak when attacking something. Most of our buffs activate when we defend Lucu in her territory. Even Ignatia had no answer for that dilemma. The reason they were stuck, to begin with, was Lucu's immobility. So, even if they wanted, going to save anyone was nothing but a pipe dream. Still, Ignatia asked, Lucu, can you guide us to where the tree saw that man kidnapping the Rose Fairy? Lucu looked at Ignatia and said, full of confidence, I can't. The girls that were standing up almost tripped and fell back onto the ground. The Ant Queen was dumbfounded and asked, You can't. Lucu repeated with a giggle. I don't know where their signals come from, so, NOP, I can't. Ignatia insisted. At least, you should know a general direction or area, right? Lucu exclaimed. Oh, that I know. It's eastwards. Cinderelle blinked. You know the cardinal directions? The World Tree bragged. Yes. The girls nodded, and after making sure which way was east, they left in that direction. It didn't take long to find some extra clues, which helped them pinpoint the direction they were coming from. From what they guessed, these people were relatively high level, as the stealth level would be almost impossible to detect if Lucu had not narrowed the search area. Cinderelle asked, What now? Flor shook her head and commented, We'll try to be inside Lucu's detection range. Other than that, I really don't know. Do any of you have an idea? Verdantia looked around closely and commented, How about we use bait to lure them? I don't know if they're still around or if they left. However, we can use something as bait for them to catch, huh? Wait. The other three saw Verdantia moving away and approaching a patch of land at their right. Then, she crouched down and used her hand to move the earth away, finally revealing something similar to a trapdoor. They were all flabbergasted. Flor asked, Ow! No, when did they even? Cinderelle approached and wanted to open it, but Verdantia stopped her. Wait, let me do it. While the fire Silven was confused, she didn't stop her. Verdantia focused, and an illusory aura spread from Verdantia, sinking into the ground. From there, a few roots grew at a very quick pace, mixing together and creating a relatively small, level 5 creature. The beast was not humanoid, as its legs were made of vertical roots that acted like insect legs. Moreover, the upper part looked like a tree stump with a pair of eyes and vines around it. It was not an aesthetically pleasing creature, but it looked mobile and solid enough. Flor looked at the creature's stats and was surprised to see that it was not weak at all, similar to an E-rank physical monster of the same level. Cinderelle looked at that creature and blinked. What can that adorable thing even do? Ignatia looked at the fire Silven with a stunned expression, but Verdantia's answer surprised her even more. Right? It's super adorable. I really had a hard time finding it in the first place. Flor agreed. I can tell. The way the skin resembles what is quite adorable. Look at the eyes, though. They are really nice. Ignatia looked at the creepy creature and exclaimed in her head, Are you telling me that the bark-like texture of its skin is actually not wood? How is this thing adorable? Verdantia was quite proud of it, so she talked to Ignatia. What do you think? Ignatia looked between that creature and Verdantia, and she somewhat thanked her genetics for giving her compound insect eyes that couldn't really show many emotions. She smiled stiffly and commented, Not bad, I guess. Verdantia hummed. It seems that you can appreciate its cuteness. Your loss. Anyways, now go and open it. The creature's legs moved and approached the trapdoor, crawling in from the sides and lifting it. Then, when it was about to lift it completely, a quick snapping sound was heard, and a large arrow struck the thing right in the middle. Not being able to resist the power behind the arrow, the creature flew backward and was impaled against a tree. The girls looked at it as if the arrow had struck a cute white rabbit, leaving behind a mess. Ignatia coughed and said, "Well, at least you proved your point." Verdantia approached with quick steps, and when she analyzed the little thing, she realized that the forward body shards had reached 0. She couldn't help but become sad and mutter, "I expected something, but I didn't expect it to kill it." Floor approached and patted her on the shoulder. "Bury it around Lucu so that it has a proper burial. Then grow another with more care." Verdantia sighed with a pained expression. "But it took 5 years to create this one with this particular shape. I just started leveling it up." The other 3 speechlessly looked at the woman who had sent such a thing as a test for the trapdoor. If it was so precious, why did you even send it in the first place? With the death of an innocent little thing, the girls managed to understand that there were traps, so when diving inside, they did so slowly and carefully. What they didn't realize was that a shadow had observed them entering from a distance and moved right as they closed the trapdoor. Verdantia entered through the trapdoor first and looked around with raised eyebrows. "This place has walls. It's not a dirt tunnel." Cinderelle followed and lit up a flame to illuminate the surroundings. "What about traps? Can you summon other creatures to check?" Verdantia asked with a frown. "Do you want me to kill more of those cuties?" Rolling her eyes, she answered, "Can't you use non-important summons or something? You know, those are mindless and weak." Verdantia snorted. "Every creature has its own cuteness. Even being brainless makes them adorably dorky." Floor stuttered. "De-dorky?" Ignatia, who was entering last, commented, "What's the plan, by the way? Do we go in and check for a while?" Floor nodded. "Let's not get too involved for now. We can send others when we map a bit of this place and return to protect Dashta." Verdantia quickly turned around and shouted to Ignatia as her own energy surged and vines shot forward. "Ignatia, hold the trapdoor." The Ant Queen reacted as quickly as possible and jumped backward using her tremendous bodily strength. With more than 100 physique stat points, the stone floor below her cracked as she became a blur. However, on the other side of the open trapdoor, the vines that Verdantia had previously left holding it up had been cut, and the person who had done that was slamming the trapdoor shut. Ignatia's heart sank, knowing that she would not make it. "I'm not quick enough." Yet a hot ball of pure fire flew by her shoulder, making her realize what was going to happen and what the intention was in a fraction of a second. With an incredibly swift reaction, she placed her arms in a cross before her face and used one of her skills to increase her bodily defense. Boom! The fireball exploded in the tight passage, creating incredible pressure that prevented the trapdoor from closing as the man, shutting it down, felt it almost being blasted open. Nevertheless, his strength was much higher than they expected, and the trapdoor didn't stop its quick descent by more than a second. Moreover, with the explosion's strength, he was confident that the other side had been thrown flying as well. "I got them." Yet, as the trapdoor was about to close, bang! The man's face changed from a smug smile to a shocked one. He had relaxed in that last second, so the forceful slam threw him a few steps back, and he lost balance. Wait, FUCK. The trapdoor was blasted open, but without a single dent, showing its durability. Ignatia jumped out from the entrance with a wrathful face. Her arms were burned, and her head and shoulders bruised because of the impact against it. But even when a few hundred of her forward body shard reserves were lost, her eyes and other senses were completely focused on the man who had just recovered balance. As she fell from the sky, Ignatia heard the man shout, "TSK, I miscalculated your strength and reaction speed, Ant Queen." Ignatia prepared, and the second she landed, she shot forward and punched. The tremendous strength of the Ant Queen was felt by the whistling of her fist. But to her surprise, the man actually lunged forward and met her fist. Boom! A shockwave spread as their fists collided, and Ignatia's face changed when his strength pushed her body back several steps. Strong. What level is he? However, before she could start analyzing, the man rushed forward and unsheathed his sword. The speed of the sword was so fast that even her complex compound eyes almost lost sight of it. With a quick reaction after dodging the sword that passed definitely too close to her neck, Ignatia's hand ignited and created a blast of fire before her. Yet, to Ignatia's surprise, the man pushed forward while receiving around 500 damage. Seeing the sword approaching and having no way to dodge it, Ignatia prepared to receive a lot of damage. However, from her sides, a massive torrent of wind rushed forward and blasted the man flying a few meters back. Flora's calm voice reached her. "Ignatia, are you okay?" However, the Ant Queen could notice the suppressed anger in Flora's tone as torrents of wind circled around the mighty Rose Fairy Queen. Ignatia smirked. "Just a few scratch marks, nothing serious." The human male didn't attack right away, as Cinderelle and Verdantia had also come out, which gave the girls enough time to analyze him. Level 15. Ether Mana Shards 16, 897/17, 172. Foer Body Shards 30, 749/31, 084. Anima Energy Shards 15, 138/15, 480. Attributes: Ether 102, 68 plus 34. Physique 183, 135 plus 48. Anima 92, 68 plus 25. Willpower 145, 135 plus 10. Destiny 60, 60. The faces of all the girls changed, and Cinderelle asked, "Ignatia, are you sure you are okay?" Ignatia's smile faltered, and she gritted her teeth while saying, "My hand is broken." Flora didn't lose eye contact with the relaxed man for a single second while she used one of her skills called Rose Fairy Queen's Embrace. With surprise in her eyes, Ignatia felt her hand bones realigning and healing, becoming as good as new. Then, she said with a deep and imposing tone, "Leave and protect Lucu. He is not the only one that has arrived, and I can sense that there are combat sound around that area." Cinderelle wanted to protest, but Flora sent her a look that forced her words to get stuck in her throat. "I said go. I'll deal with him." The man sneered. "A little level 13 Rose Fairy wants to deal with me? Well, you'll probably be a bit more of a handful to capture compared to those two." Ignatia and the rest looked between Flora and the man a few times, but eventually they turned around and left. The man shook his head. "Do you think I will let you all go?" He moved, and his body shot forward, the 180 points in physique exploding like a small bomb. However, his face changed as he quickly maneuvered and swung his sword in Flora's direction. Bang! A massive wind slash blasted his arms backward while the rest of his body followed the combined momentum, being thrown diagonally and tumbling on the ground. He was utterly stunned, and when he looked at Flora again, he observed how Flora's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Whoosh! Everything around Flora began spinning as a whirlwind was spawned by her presence. Filthy creature that wants to desecrate Lucu's domain. Boom! With her aura skyrocketing, the man's face changed to one of horror. "You attacking us means I am defending." Those words that looked obvious had a powerful underlying message. Now that Flora was defending Lucu's territory, her buffing titles and Lucu's defender title activated. Friend of the World Tree, if you are in an area dominated by the World Tree, your stats will increase by 20%. Protector of Nature, your stats will increase by 10% when protecting nature. Defender, all creatures considered allies will gain 10% stats when fighting a defensive battle. A total of a 40% increase left her own stats looking like such. Race: Rose Fairy Queen. Level: 13. Ether Mana Shards: 30, 014/31, 974. Foer Body Shards: 11, 929/11, 929. Anima Energy Shards: 16, 890/16, 890. Attributes: Ether 202, 160 plus 42. Physique 83, 53 plus 30. Anima 112, 80 plus 32. Willpower 132, 107 plus 25. Destiny 104, 104. The human male's face became severe, not expecting a creature 2 levels below him to be this strong. "You are dangerous." Flora sneered. "Dangerous? Wrong. The dangerous ones are the ones you've let go. I am just a protector. Then, her face became extremely murderous, she stated. Now, face the wrath of Tiantian Lucu's protector. The Rose Fairy Queen lifted one of her arms, and the air before her was ripped apart as torrents of sharp wind blades flew forward, mincing everything in their way to pieces. The man's body surged with energy, his muscles under his tight clothes tensing, and he quickly rushed forward while trying to dodge the barrage of wind blades. However, the utterly devastating torrents were too fast and numerous to dodge, and he received 3 consecutive hits. Bang! 1265. Bang! 1650. Bang! 2135. The man's face changed when he felt the pain and saw his forward body shards being sliced away by such a large chunk. One attack dealt more than 10% of his total vitality pool. I feel as if I'm being hit by metal bars instead of air. Thankfully, my armor is powerful against cutting attacks, or I would be in danger. You think too much. The man realized that he had lost sight of Floor when looking at his system page, and by the time he refocused, Floor was surprisingly at a melee distance. She actually dared to close the gap when our physical strength is so different. He instantly swung his sword, using a skill to double the swinging speed. The sword created a whistling sound as it split the air, but to his surprise, Floor barely dodged. 6481. A massive gash spread from side to side on Floor's body as the sword sliced through her chest diagonally. However, because of the angle at which he had to hit her, instead of blasting Floor backward, she was just briefly stopped. What? Floor's face was utterly emotionless as blood burst from her chest. She raised her hand and used frantic flight to close the distance between them, coming face to face. Die. Wind slash. 21, 545. Blood burst from his neck and upper chest area as he ate the attack face first. Moreover, the raw strength behind the wind attack sent his body flying, which, in turn, was what saved him from an instantaneous death. Floor had learned previously from her fight with Cinderelle, so instead of relaxing, her wind ether mana swirled around her with increased strength. The man was seeing white because of the horrendous pain of having his upper chest and neck being minced by the sharp winds. His mind was confused as to what happened. At one moment, he thought that he had gotten the pesky Rose Fairy Queen, but then his vision became blurred, and a tremendous pain assaulted his mind. A quick side look at his forward body shards made his body turn cold. Forward body shards, 4089/31-084. W what? H how did she dashed? A sense of pure danger assaulted his body, and he tried to jump in a random direction. ARG-1404. Forward body shards, 2685/31-084. W wait. Cough. The man instantly started begging for his life as he spat blood when he felt death approaching. I can tell you where cough. Cough. The Rose Fairies we captured are. During this time that he was speaking, he managed to recover his dizzy vision and looked around, trying to find a Rose Fairy Queen. However, he couldn't find her. A drop of blood fell from above him, landing on his arm and forcing him to look up. There, floating majestically, even when a horrible slash had almost divided her body diagonally, the Rose Fairy Queen was looking down at him while pointing with her finger. You have no legs, so you can't run. Do you want to live? Sure, then tell me who you are, why are you here, and where did my Rose Fairies go? The man remembered the pain he felt a moment ago and looked backward with a terrified expression. As the Rose Fairy Queen said, his legs had been cleanly cut, making him lose even more blood. Floor saw it and commented, "Oh, too early to die. You still have some use." Then he was force-fed 3 fruits while the juice of another 2 fruits was splashed on the injured leg stumps. The man felt a healing effect and was stunned. Plus 1250. Low-rank forward berry has reduced bleeding to avoid lethal loss of blood. Effects will last for 1 hour. Forward body shards, 3 for 73/31-084. Floor looked at his forward body shards, and seeing how they stopped dropping so quickly, She nodded and ate 10 berries herself. Plus 2,500. Low-rank Foer berry has healed all bleeding. Foer body shards, 7987/11, 929. Then, Floor punched the man on the jaw, making him faint, and carried him back together with his amputated legs. Those legs are good fertilizer for Lucu. A level 15's body is quite valuable, after all. Leader's gone already. Do we attack? I think we should wait. What do you think, sub-leader? The woman at the front crossed her arms thoughtfully. We've already received reports about them, and we know that their highest level people are those for that leader is going to deal with. I think we can go ahead and start the siege, but her voice trailed, and one of the subordinates added, "It is a surprise for a world tree to appear here all of a sudden. Moreover, while it is young, someone has already built a small town around it." The sub-leader nodded. "Yes, that's quite a surprise. Do you think it is above level 10? I don't think so, sub-leader. If it was level 10, we should be able to see it from here. World trees grow quite a lot at those levels." Another man, colder in personality and aura, spoke flatly. "The aura is very pure, though. It must be level 9 at least." The rest didn't say anything this time, proving that they agreed with him. The woman flicked her brown hair, revealing a pair of pointy ears, and commented, "Be attentive. The leader must be about to give us the signal." Another woman who had been silent in their group of 5 spoke mockingly. "What are you flicking your hair for? To show that you are a plant woman?" The brown-haired sub-leader frowned. "I am a Silven, not a plant woman." The other woman snorted. "What's the difference? You are just a corrupted tree lover. You even lost all your titles related to being a friend of nature because of how much you've injured it. Quite a failure, aren't you?" The brown-haired Silven looked at that woman with a frown. "Do you need to do this in every mission we are together? Your jealousy is showing." The blonde woman's face twisted, and she was about to lash out when a piercing whistling sound came from their right. The Silven ordered, "Move out." With her words, they all rushed forward toward Lucu's town. Meanwhile, Lucu was peacefully managing her root system and energy when an aura of danger appeared toward the east. All her senses sharpened as she released a warning to the Machinids, rose fairies, and ants in the area. Level 7 and below, enter the town hall. Only those with the amulets will fight. Amapola, who had been appointed as the sub-leader when Floor was absent, quickly reacted and followed Lucu's warning. "You heard her. All those who have no amulets quickly go to the town hall." Clavel approached Lucu and asked, her voice sounding rushed, "What's wrong?" "Enemies," Lucu answered. "Danger to the east. Go to the walls and prepare to defend." Amapola moved with the rest and asked aloud while organizing the rose fairies and ants, "Lucu, do you want to take leadership?" The world tree was quick to deny it. "No, Floor appointed you, so I trust your decisions. Tell me what to do or where to focus my defensive structures. If the wall falls, retreat back to my side where my branches can reach." Because of the situation, Defender activated for everyone while Seedling World Builder Aura surrounded her structures, increasing their power by an additional 20%. This allowed the living organisms to have a 10% stat increase, while her structures had a 30% stat increase. Amapola saw a few Myconids approaching, their large mushroom heads bobbing up and down as they ran in her direction. "What are you doing here? We are about to battle." The Myconid elder, a level 10 Myconid, spoke. "We are warriors too. We will help." Amapola heard the bushes being moved, so she stopped paying attention to them after she gave him a nod of acknowledgement. "Prepare your spells." All creatures gathered energy, and behind them, they could feel the aura of the world tree surging. The profound life energy surrounding the walls gave them all courage, as they knew that they had a strong defender behind them. Even before the 5 enemies appeared out in the open, Lucu's vision surrounded them as her world tree eye was not impeded by visual obstacles. Her gaze was firmly locked on the 5 of them, and their information was analyzed in an instant by the powerful mental processing abilities of the world tree. 2 level 11 ether focused, 1 level 11 physique focused, 1 level 12 physique focused, 1 level 13 anima focused. The weakest main stat is around 130, strongest around 150. Seeing the 5 of them standing there motionless while looking around, Lucu realized that they were waiting. Hence, she warned Amapola and made a probing barrage shot with the flowers of the Mother of Thousand Flower Field that could reach the furthest. Her ether mana and anima energy were spent and traveled through her roots, enveloping those flowers. The relatively loud sound of the flowers firing followed right after. In the bushes, the 5 of them were looking at the large wall with towering trees on it and wanted to make a plan. We need to find the entrance because breaking through with force might prove to be difficult. The Silven was about to continue giving instructions, but the faint sound of something firing made her senses tingle with warning signs. Move out! Bang! 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 Like small meteors, the seeds that Lucu's defensive structure fired fell and exploded powerfully because of the compressed flammable gases inside them, igniting and bursting outward. The effect was created by the heated seed impacting and making the gas inside unstable enough to combust. The 4 humans and 1 Silven were quick to react. As soon as Lucu fired and the faint sound reached them, they rushed forward. However, some of the attacks landed on them thanks to Lucu spreading her aim in a wide area around them. Lucu's vision was filled with several numbers ranging from -80 to -200. Even the weakest of them had around 8,004 body shards, so it wasn't something to get worried about. However, because of the quantity of seeds, the faces of the 5 attackers became worried. Rush forward. The World Tree can see us already. Eliminate the smaller threats and debilitate the World Tree so that we can capture it. While they would love to have a plan, they miscalculated the World Tree's visual range, which left them with no time to plan anything. The 2 Ether Mana users and the Anima user went behind the physique stat-focused humans who had a shield and a sword. As soon as they left the covers of the forest, the Ether and Anima users' energy surged in a hurricane as spears of fire and rocks surged forward while the dirt around the walls moved, and 3 humanoid golems materialized, measuring up to 3 meters each. Boom! 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 The powerful attacks struck the wall like demolition hammers, creating large damaged areas. While the wall's defensive capabilities were strong and buffed 30%, it was a level 6 living wall at the end of the day. Resisting too many attacks from fur cycle creatures was too much. The rose fairies and ants weren't intimidated by their speed or attacks, and the second they became visible, everyone released their own attacks. In total, there were around 40 ants and 30 rose fairies. Because the other party was too high level and they didn't want to use mob tactics and lose too many people, they gathered the top elites. The fire ants were all born with the ability to spit acid, and this ability evolved as they gained levels, becoming an ether ability that allowed them to spit fireballs by using their ether mana. Amapola's wind energy surged as she attacked without holding back anything. Kill them. For the rose fairies, whoever attacked Lucu was an enemy to be slaughtered. There was no need to hesitate. The ants similarly followed Ignatia's orders to protect, so they similarly didn't hold back at all. Seeing the almost hundreds of projectiles coming their way didn't intimidate the 5 people as they continued rushing forward. The man and woman at the front with shields raised shouted, "Perfect wall!" Their shields glowed and created a semicircular glowing shield in front of them. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of their shields blocking the projectiles became the main cacophony of the battlefield, while the 3 golems raised their arms and struck the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The large fists collided like cannonballs, creating dents in the sturdy root wall. The Earth Silven's eyes flashed, and was about to buff them when a whistling sound was heard above them. Raising her eyes, she saw a mass of seeds creating a perfect parabola while aiming at the golems. Her eyes widened as she sent a mental order. Move! However, she realized after hearing the whistling sound. So it was too late. Bang, 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 bang. Mother of Thousand Flower Field rained death from above onto the golems, creating several craters in their bodies and also sending several chunks of golem flying. Her senses, which were connected and allowed her to see their forward body shard reserves, saw them plummeting and hitting zero. One attack wave, and they are dead. How is this possible? Even if they're level 9 golems, their defense can hold back a level 10 for a few moments. That was not all. She suddenly heard the blonde woman carrying the shield in front shouting, "Careful with the trees." Looking over, they saw the trees adorning the walls be surrounded by energy as their drooping branches suddenly whistled like whips as they split the air with their strength. Bam! 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 The shield bearers that appeared unstoppable came to a halt when the heavy strikes landed. They felt like a giant had punched their shields, making even their insides tremble. What kind of strength do these trees have? While they didn't lose forward body shards because their defense was high, the weight behind the strikes was enough to make them feel dangerous. The Earth's Silven shouted. Their attack range is around 40 meters, and careful, another barrage is incoming. The shield bearers stomped the ground and tensed their bodies as their translucent semi-sphere defense solidified. In the next second, their vision was covered with the explosive gases created by the seeds, and their ears rang with the constant and rapid sound created by the small but numerous shockwaves. The Earth Silven's face became tense and asked, "How are your ether reserves?" The blonde woman, frustrated and angry that the creatures they considered weak were proving to be much tougher than expected, answered with a snarling tone, "How do you fucking think they are? Getting lower and soon zero if you fucking don't do something about it." The Silven frowned but didn't answer. Now was not the time to enter a discussion with her. I'll use my anima energy to create as many golems as I can as shields instead of offensive. Use them to advance. Once we pierce through the wall, it will become easier. Inside, she regretted agreeing with their current leader to try and get the most benefits for themselves without informing their power. At least the leader will be able to come and help us eventually. There is no way those 4 weak women can beat him.